welcome. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, you're welcome to today's program, today's live stream. Um, we are up and running once again. You're welcome to the live stream, and of course, yeah, we are discussing about playing a rigged game. Playing a rigged game. How do you explain a game that has been rigged against you? How do you explain it? A rigged game that has been rigged against you. How do you fathom it? And it seems as though many people will make the argument that Nigerians are playing a rigged game. And while we live in a country that politics is a game, in many realities, in many countries, politics is indeed not a game. It's actually something that is quite serious, a serious matter. And of course, it's important to make it as clear as possible. Yeah, you can look at your screen, type exactly what you see on that screen where you have studio. Type it and you'll be able to join us live and direct in the studio here. But let me just do a little bit of homework. Why I do this homework of sharing the link across many, you know, communities that I'm a part of. Let's let's keep entertained with this Thank you so much for coming on. You're right. All right. Okay, people out there here, while many discussing how to play politics in Nigeria, others will argue that this is quite a reflection of sad situation when poor people are very much loyal, blind of course, we've been doing so much listening here. We've been listening to so many forum, Nigerian people speaking, and of course, commenting what they have to say across especially because they seem to be a normal platform where people have discussion here and there. So we focus on health, highlight broaden the and what is the topic? Playing the big game. Right, playing the big game. While some would say we can only wish Nigeria good luck, many are of the opinion that there needs to be a paradigm shift in the minds of the followers. Right? What do you think about it? We shall discover and of course get to know about this seriously during the course of our topic, or perhaps during the course of our discussion today. So I just want to do some homework, and then we will get the conversation going. All right, all right, yeah. So let's discuss. Is this really how is this how to play politics, or perhaps it is quite unique to Nigeria? Are we looking at the Nigerian scenario, or this is how it should be globally? And if this is how it is globally, this is a cause for concern because we have also seen in so-called developed world when we have a structural bias, vulnerable people, intellectual vulnerable people, financial vulnerable people vote for candidates that they regret later. They regret later that this is not the kind of candidate that we should really vote for. Right? So it is important that we set the record straight. So yeah, we are live and direct. And this is what we want to talk about. How we want to change the paradigm shift, how we want to have a paradigm shift in our mentality. That is what we will talk about. Do you think there's need to be a change in how we play politics in Nigeria, or this whole the obsession of Nigerians on trying to play a rigged game? Mm, they know that the system is rigged, but they still want to play the game the same way the system wants them to play it. Let me put that into perspective. You know a game is rigged against you, and you still want to play the game using the same rules that is rigged against you. And we'll break it down in the finest details towards the course of this broadcast. Nigerians would complain that the electoral body, the electoral system is rigged against them. They would say, well, the system has appointed leaders of the electoral umpire who are sympathetic to the incumbent. In fact, it is the incumbent that would even choose the person that will constitute the chairperson of the independent in quote um, commission, electoral commission. So, and yet, having known that, they still want to really play or participate with the sole intent of relying on the judgment was really put there by incumbent. And of course, judging by the popular statement that he who pays the piper dictates its tune. He who pays the piper dictates its tune. And of course, if that is the case, what is the strategic plan? What is the best plan to just accept fate and go to the court? Is that the best strategy? Or perhaps some that are saying that even after the election, a serious people must be willing to take it a notch higher, all right, in terms of ensuring a mandate, all right, uh, you know, ensuring that there's no money that is stolen. Wow, all right. Um, so thank you so much, everybody, for joining, and there will be so much analytical analysis today. Let's face it. And of course, we are very much willing to listen to as many people as possible who are interested in listening to us. And well, are we very much interested to have this conversation, or we want to be, you know, we want to be stubborn in our rhetoric, or perhaps saying that, well, we want to roll with, and of course, this is between the Nigerians and politicians. Mhm. This is between the Nigerians and politicians, no more, no less. And if it is a Nigerian versus politicians game, hmm, Nigerians want to play in the game of politics. Can they rely on the rules of politicians, or perhaps they should rely on their own personal strategy? Very, very important. So, having done some of this homework, we can now begin. All right. So, dear viewers, what is your own resolution? Do you suggest that the Nigerian people should keep playing the game according to the rules of the politicians, or perhaps we want the Nigerian people to take the bull by the horn this time around? And of course, so many conversation is going on of Nigerians who seems to be frustrated as a result of wanting to play the game based on the acceptable means of doing it in Nigeria by striking alliance with politicians, establishment politicians. And by bear in mind, these are Nigerians that want a systemic revolutionary change. And how do you explain someone who wants a systemic revolutionary change and wants to really strike alliance with the same politicians who are pretty much um, responsible for the rigged situation in Nigeria? So let's get started, shall we? And of course, we will
Are you
have to get
sure that
serious
Atiku and
while we
PDP are
get
after
started.
taking and converting Nigeria's assets and commonwealth? Between 1979 and 1998, Nigeria invested about $100 billion to establish public enterprises. 16 years of PDP and Atiku ensured these assets were sold for a meager $1.6 billion to themselves and their cronies at ridiculously giveaway prices. Obasanjo and Atiku sold the Aluminium Smelter Company of Nigeria, Alscon, Ikotabasi, worth $3.2 billion for a paltry sum of $130 million. They also sold Delta Steel Company worth $1.5 billion to a company that did not participate in the bidding process for $30 million. Nitel was stripped bare of its multi-billion dollar assets by companies masquerading as genuine investors but were basically fronts for successive PDP government officials. The racket involving Nitel's assets was the subject matter of the criminal investigation of U.S. Congressman Jefferson's bribe to Atiku when he was vice president that culminated in his conviction by an American court. Name them all: African Petroleum, Nikon Insurance, the power distribution companies, all sold to cronies for peanuts. All these enterprises are inefficient and have sacked a lot of workers without pension. Abubakar Atiku, the man who superintended over the failed and corrupt privatization process between 1999 and 2007, has promised to sell the NNPC if he becomes president.
The long and short story is that I am committed to privatizing NNPC. I said it.
The question is to whom and at what cost? Without a doubt, it is clear that Atiku and PDP want to come back to continue from where he stopped in 2007. Atiku is after buying NNPC for himself, using cronies who would milk this valuable national asset dry.
Are my friends not entitled to be enriched?
And leave it in ruins as they have done to previously privatized companies. Nigerians, be wise.
He can leverage that, make his son head to some corporation, so business conglomerate or holdings or group, and then my father can't afford him that or accord him that. It also borders on social identity theory, where groups have like biases towards other groups, external groups or internal groups, right? So all of these things are conjoined and intertwined, like a whole of social identity theory, a whole of social contract theory. Man was born free, but everyone changed. Karl Marx and Max Weber. And for Socrates, right? Socrates was mostly a liberal revolutionist, just like the thing mentioned. He wanted to reorientate people's consciousness and open them up to it. But trust me, if he had gone the radical way, he would have had backups and he wouldn't have been taken out easily. And that's why I think Shure, right, tries to do, which makes a lot of sense in today's Nigeria. Once upon a time, I was an obedient, not because I stopped liking the ideology, but because I feel that movement won't take us to where we want to be ASAP. Nigeria is a crime scene, and we need a total overhaul, a bit of strategic and a bit of aggressive revolution. We want to revolt either which way, either what personality traits we all have across the 230 plus million people, right? Uh, okay, having said that, I would now, yes, yes, I am the youth leader for Lagos State AAC. All right. I lost my train of thoughts. I'll take it from a thought, cycle back, and see if we have like an objective.
No, whilst you trying to pick up from your train of thought, I want to let's go back a bit on this aspect of and I need to apologize to engineer. Engineer, so sorry. I'm gonna just take a bit of your time now. I'm so sorry.
Who's speaking to?
It's OI.
Oh, okay.
It's OI. X can be messy. I'm glad that you were on the space when I asked the simple question: are you a revolutionary? No revolutionary would even think a step before responding to that question. And I asked that question because Dr. Tony came to the platform. Is someone is spoken before on different platforms and trying to uh, tell us what to do, that what we are doing is not working, and we should follow another route. We should think of another route. And I'm not I'm not first interested in that position. My position is to know Dr. Tony, to bring about that advice. Because I do not see where a war gecko behaves like a lizard, even though they are from the same family. And I have to go to that close back. And however, I know they are not close in any way when it comes to ideology. We are so far from this set of people. But I needed to be sure again who I am speaking with. If a revolutionary, let's say you, and it's good that you are considered we are account. So when an opinion comes to follow the change strategy that your mother has agreed,
Yeah,
so
you're welcome, Comrade Shiwailara.
I don't even
It's nice to have you once again. Welcome, welcome,
drop it.
welcome. And of course, yeah, we are back up again today. We're just trying to, expose our audience to a very relatable topic that we believe they should be able to you know interact with today. And of course, it's around the realms of um, playing a rigged game. You know, there would many people will refer to politics as a game of numbers. Many will refer to politics as a game of numbers, a game of whoever gets the highest number, however foolish the person may be, the person should emerge. And of course, we've seen this also played out in so-called developed countries when they are now regretting that they voted a certain idiot. But that is medicine after death. Yeah, I'm still here. I just had to attend to something behind the closed door. Sorry. my my son is really trying to distract me here, and of course, Nigerian don't they don't take like so. It's very very important. We'll actually look at the fundamental issue, and that fundamental issue is they have turned the politics to a game. It's a game of numbers, a game of who is more stronger, who is more popular, who is more rich. And of course, this is supposed to address the Nigerian people that do they really think that this is a game that they stand a chance if they are to adopt the very same politicians who have rigged the game in the first place? And I'm looking for a perfect way to really describe this. Like, of course, talking about like a game of soccer, that you think that the game is rigged, the rules are rigged, the referees are rigged. However, you now decided to go and adopt a particular team that is actually being sponsored by the by the system. All right. For instance, now you now see some a particular team that is actually is a co-sponsor, all right, of a rigged game. And that one I ain't gonna go adapt because they have popular, popular players there. They are popular players. Of course, there was a game that happened yesterday. I believe you are a soccer person. Real Madrid against a particular team. That if you have to look at the net worth or perhaps the worth of both teams, Real Madrid is to the tune of over $1 billion, over $1 billion in terms of the valuation of the team. If you are to compare it with the other team that they were playing against, their valuation is within the hundreds of millions of dollars. So there is clear difference of fact that Madrid should have a upper hand in terms of competitive spirit. But many analysts will say, it's actually, how come this smaller team destroyed Madrid 4-2, not just 1-0, or but 4-2. And it now begin to, now if you are to check X, one of the most prominent X trendy word is sporty. That is, they are accusing Sporty of rigging the game. It's as if Real Madrid is working with Sporty to, and because that particular game destroyed almost everybody's betting slip, and it's of course like an orchestrated, it's like a rigged system just to rake in as much profit as possible. So now you begin to wonder, when people have figured out that this particular thing is rigged, and still yet they still want to keep, investing their efforts and their resources into it. All right. So you now begin to question whether or not this is a wise choice by the people. It's the same way in politics. You have figured out that Nigerian politicians have rigged the game. They have cornered the system. They are the ones sponsoring the so-called independent electoral commission. They are the ones that will appoint the chairman. They are the ones that will appoint the electoral officers. Yet, Nigerians still think that they should invest enough in it that they are going to get or perhaps win in that kind of situation. So that is what we want to talk about today. And of course, would be more than willing to have your comments. I will on my camera, not if I don't fix my, now it's darkness here. I once had light, but yeah, they don't take them. So once I fix my camera and all lighting issue, I'll be back. So for now, I'll pass the mic to you, and we would like to know what your comment is as regards this issue. Yeah, what's your comment, Shenwa Ilara? Thank you so much once again for being here. Thank you so much.
Yeah, like you said, we are here again, right? In the words of the popular Pinky and the Brain, I don't know if majority of us see the cartoon
The
of
pinky
the
and the
Pinky
brain, the pinky
Brain.
and the brain. Well, that
Yeah.
time we Silverbird is still free to hear. Now Silverbird is no longer free to hear. It is now you have to pay cable TV to be able to see Silverbird TV now. We
So
used to watch that cartoon in the morning.
that's
Now
the
we have
part
to
of
take over the world. What are we going to do today?
take over the world. Yeah. So we come again thinking of what are we going to do today? Take over a nation. Um, And yeah, to start from, let me greet you. Let me salute your courage first. Your unrelentless efforts to play a part towards where we ought to be. Of course, uh, they say Ofuwe is not a poor man's soup. Uh, that the soup way sweet na money killer. All of us want a nation that works. People want a nation that works. The proof is that people pray every day. And I look at what people pray about in this country as the oppressed group, and I wonder if this is not a state that works. I wonder if such prayer will not be answered if it is a state that works. I don't care what your prayer point, just look at your prayer point. Look at the top 5 things that you have prayed about. Analyze your own prayer point for today, or if you ever pray at all. If you are talking of health, of course, what can, the system guarantees health. A working system can guarantees health. In fact, can solidify your lifespan. Such is the case that we have now, that inadequate system has reduced our lifespan, right? That the average lifespan of an average Nigerian today is the lowest in the world, between 52, less than 52. Some of us would even say, because we see what is happening. We see how people are, battling for their life, uh, based on one or two things, right? So, if you talk of wealth, if you leave health and talk wealth, you are talking of a nation that works. Because I did not see us creating wealth without a nation that works. In fact, if we talk of a wealthy person, truly wealthy person, you are talking of wealthy nations. You are talking of wealthy nations. There is no truly wealthy person on this planet Earth as we have it today. I'm not talking of the local champions parading themselves as the local champions that they are. People who truly have the wealth, that would not have a corresponding powerful, not just a wealthy nation, a powerful nation, in such a way that their wealth will not be ravaged and stolen away from them. So, if we look at all these things, we realize that it's actually quite important, the role that you have volunteered civic space to play, the role of ensuring that we have a good space. And unfortunately, not many wish to play this role for whatsoever reason that is known, some quite known to some of us. The majority of them have been distracted to think that they can have that life they want to, because they have not totally discarded a life they can have. They still want the life, but they have been disconnected from thinking that they can have that life without building a nation. So as such, not many people are paying attention to the work of building nations, because we have been distracted to think that to have that life, it can be gotten outside a nation. And only the oppressed people believe this. Only the enslaved people believe this. Only the enslaved people believe that, truly believe, would believe that the prosperity of their master enslavers equals to their own prosperity, and not the prosperity of their own people. Only truly enslaved people will come to terms with this. But true liberated minds that are on the path of true liberation, understand that there is no wealth, there is no individual wealth. My people will say, that one person cannot answer for all. My people again will say that olówó kan láàrin òtòṣì kò kúrò lótòṣì, that one wealthy person in the midst of treasury, in the midst of penury, is not also far from that bunch, is still a poor person. So we cannot isolate ourselves from our aspirations, personal aspirations in life. In fact, there's no, that invalidates it. Dream all you can, all you have to, without addressing nations, something is not going to work. And that explains why some of us have to japa. What you are looking for is nation. Because you have not realized that within this contraction, it is impossible for you to aspire beyond a certain level. So to answer that answer, you have to now answer with nation. But there is the issue with that, even though that's not the subject of our conversation today, is that it is also still limiting. It's still limiting, but it's not me that will tell you. If you have been wherever you are, you will have realized that there's a systemic oppression against you and against the people who look like us. But that's not the conversation. But I just want to, I have said all this to appreciate what civic space is doing, that civic space is playing its own legitimate role towards building a nation, towards having its own aspirations met in a legal manner, because the back door is that you still want to have your cake after eating it. That's the back door, and you are going to do shady stuff, and that explains what the shady happening around us, that people have to do shady stuff. People cannot explain ìsàlẹ̀ ọ̀rọ̀ wọn ló lẹ́gbìn ó lẹ́gbìn. They have done shady stuff they cannot explain. That's why at the end of the day, the so-called billionaires, what do they say? Say grace. What they are just saying is that they are too ashamed to explain the true source of their wealth because it has no formula. That's why they cannot build anything systemic, because it's based on luck and based on the so-called favor. But the favor is paddy. You must get it. But to build a true system that works, that will not be based on all this, that will be systemic, that you could say that if you do business for the next 5 years within this space, you would make some certain level of income and you could make progression. But it's systemic, it's predictable. Life should be predictable. That is the whole essence of systems. Is not our body system, our body itself is a component of systems coming together to work together. That is why it's predictable. That's why when we take food in, we do not bother about ourselves, about whether the food is rightly processed by the organs that is supposed to be in charge of digestion. Because it's a system, it should work. When it's not working, there's a problem. You address it. You do not wish that the respiratory works outside the functionality of the digestive system. You see, but in this case, the leg wants to make headways outside the body. The head wants to visit places that the whole body has not agreed to visit. So the neck, the head have to do ohun tọ́wọ́ mi ò tó, màá fi gọ́gọ́ fa, wants to go beyond means, and that's where all these vices comes to play, all this fraudulent, all this mischievous behavior, all this, there are some you cannot even think. Thinking about it makes it more absurd than to say it, right? So, but you are doing the work, and that explains why I would also show up, and some other comrades, some other people who will come and show up and do the work of nation, because indeed, I truly did want the prosperity of our nation. What that means is that it means that a child can dream within this space, that a child can, once they give in to the work, they can be adequately rewarded, that they do not need to escape this space to be rewarded of a life that dream. One of the inspiring stories that I've heard is the Nguano stories and the Sadio Mane stories. But every time I hear such stories, I ask myself, how many Nguano didn't make it through the Mediterranean Sea? How many Sadio Mane died inside the sea? We celebrate one of them, but I see the capacity and the capabilities of many that didn't make it, because they are not special. You see, so and that is the burdening. So it means that we could have had 10 of Sadio Mane. We could have had 10 of just 2 days ago. You were talking about the French team, right? And how even though France won the World Cup, but even the France team was about 90 to 98% of African players, from Thierry Henry to Ram that won the France 98. They won the 98, right? Of Brazil. They won the 98. They first won the 98, set of the champs. They won the World Cup in 1998. Don't mind me. Thuram, Henry, they call him Henry in French. Henry, Zinedine Zidane, Vieira, African players. The set of Pogba, Kante, talk of Benzema also is an African. I don't know if this guy was in the team. Mbappe is has a lineage, traceable, has a root to Cameroon. Mbappe, and then the rest. So the question when we watch such teams, the question I ask myself is that what would have happened if these guys never had to leave their home to make it, in quote, to make it in quote. Research, you must have seen that Nigeria could make some of the top players, could make a team out of the top players playing across the globe now, but that are not playing for Nigeria. Bukayo Saka, for instance, his grandparents still lives in Ilorin. He was in Ilorin, I think, a year ago to greet his grandparents. So he's quite much a Nigerian than the English would claim. But he's not playing because he has to survive. A whole president of Liberia, George Weah, who I wanted to say unfortunately because of his behavior now, because he's not an example now. But fortunately, the only African player who have ever won the Ballon d'Or, he won the Ballon d'Or in 1995. Some would argue that he could have won it twice in a row or 3 times in a row, that he was also robbed. If you know Georgia around that time, it was superbly hot. It was on point. Won the Ballon d'Or, became the president of Liberia. Then you will have thought that this is the time that George Weah will put every resources into developing his own nation. Guess what? George Weah, as a sitting president of Liberia, it wasn't on break, went to America to watch his son play for the United States of America, Weah Jr. It's quite unfortunate. It's quite unfortunate that even as a sitting president, his child still has to nationalize to make any meaning out of life. You can argue that it's not for money, even though I don't think that the oppressed do anything other than for money, especially within the system that we live in. But it's still also for name, so that they can be known. So you think you cannot be known within your space. It's not the thing. They cannot be known. We do not have the structures. We have not developed our space enough to bring in confidence back to our environment. Wike recently, son, graduated from British College. It's enough to graduate really as is disturbing for a sitting public office holder to have his own children graduate outside the school or the environment in which they govern. Is disturbing. But when I heard that the guy graduated from British College. British College. It was disturbing. It was disturbing. Because there are some schools that goes beyond just educating, that they teach culturally. You are expected to be imbibed with the culture of the day. If you are not an indigenous, you have no business going there. Such is the college that they said he graduated from. I am looking at an example in Nigeria, but I don't think I know one in Nigeria, because even here too, is it not British curriculum? Have you not seen videos of children trained here to not just speak English well, but to speak it with an accent? With the accent. But yeah, we come when I speak with my Ibadan people, people listen to Ibadan people, instead of admiring them, they say that they are Omoko. But here you are, you want to go and speak someone's accent, not just speak their language, you want to pick their accent too. Is that not what Arabic also does? That it's not just Arabic that people speak, they speak the accent. That's beyond language. That's beyond exchange of language. That's something, that's now colonial in itself. So I've said all this to say that the importance of what we do here is quite important. It's quite deep to me personally. It's quite deep. I see it beyond just us coming here. And I know that for brothers who are also coming here, and hopefully sister will join us one day. For brothers who are coming here, they are here for something serious. And this now lead me to the conversation proper. That politics is not a game to me. I don't know who and who don't they play bets. You see this idea, this concept, and you said it. This concept of, we call it dialectics. The way of seeing the environment of this system in order to explain it and to understand it, as against the reactions that the other react to it, to us, in it, is what is called dialectics. Just say lenses. If you are using a blue lens, you are going to see light from everything is going to be blue to you. If you are using a black lens, everything is going to be black to you. So for the sake of simplicity, let's just assume that dialectics is lens, is the lens in which you see light from. So in the school that I belong to, there are some things that with dialectics, and the two major dialectical tools of examining our environment, of examining the things that are happening to us, will be two things. Number one, materialism dialectics. Materialism dialectics. And then we call the second one idealism dialectics. But this is where I'm going. I'm not coming to define that right now. What I'm going is that in order to, for every action we do in material level, at material level, that influence our material level. So for instance, if someone says, oh, I am playing this game so that I can survive now. What do I mean? You mean I should not survive? That's why I'm playing this game now. I'm playing this game. Nigeria has no opportunity for me. They do not give me opportunity. So I'm playing betting because I want to survive. I understand. But this is I hope you know that there is an effect to it, that over time, by the time you play betting over time, there is concept of betting. There is a philosophy of betting, which is called the idealism dialectics. So meaning that what does betting, what does praying for things that we could have done for ourselves, what does it do to us, to our mental faculty? How does it influence, how does our material interactions with things affect our mind? It is a known fact that if you give someone who has experienced scarcity all their lives, if they come into sudden availability of resources in a form that is limitless, their reaction will be different from someone who had lived abundance all their life, because scarcity in a way will have deposited something in their brain to say that you have to capitalize on every moment because you don't know when this will come again. That's why there are ideas that will come. Once an opportunity is gone, it can never be regained. Do your best. These are the concepts. What is the best opportunity that a man has, if not time? But the concept is that you cannot regain it because there is scarcity in idealism that is crippling into the ideas that we believe. So, for instance, if you have to pray for everything that you have, if you have to beg, literally beg, there is a concept now to going through life that says that begging is now allowed. You might think that it stops with, so for instance, you might think that your own begging should stop with begging God. But as a student, when you now come into a difficult situation that you could actually study your way out, but because studying your way out will be also extremely difficult, guess what the brain will trigger? Well, there is also two parts of the brain, the conscious part of human brain and the other. If you just move to a new environment, for you to navigate your way from your work to your house, you must be doing something. If not, you will miss road. You must be conscious of the bus stop you have to drop. Abi, you must have marked probably a tree or a major sign or a major building to ensure that once I get here, this is where I stop. Conductor, stop me, drop me here. This is my stop, my bus stop, so that I will not miss my home. Depending on your own brain, it is known that human mind can do that consistently, be in conscious to get to that destination consistently for between 1 to 14 days. That you might take you 1 to 14 days, but let's even leave how many days it took you. But after some time, you realize now that you no longer need to be bothered about how you get home anymore consciously. You see, at the point where you no longer need to ask yourself, how do I get here? How do I get here? Hey, I must stop here. Have I passed that tree? At the point, in fact, some persons will even sleep off. But one way or the other, just before they get to the bus stop, they will wake. You see, what is waking them is not spiritual. It is scientific that there is a part of the brain that they have processed consciously to now archive an information there, which is subconscious. For instance, it's the same thing with timing and alarm. Some persons do not necessarily need to set alarm anymore to wake up because they have trained their subconscious mind to wake up at the time they wish to wake up. So it's the same way. So the subconscious mind is where the information can be automated. The AI word, you think AI is new? AI is not new. The subconscious mind automates information. But to get the information into the subconscious mind, you would have to be doing something consistently over a period of time. Like I said, an average 1 to 14 days, some will say to 21 days. Don't stress yourself. Some will even say it can last 3 years. It's going to get to a point, depending on, don't stress yourself. It's going to get to a point where you would get to that point where you will be in automation mode, where you will not even need to be thinking, where you can now even talk from your bus stop, speak on the phone from your bus stop home without thinking about where am I going to turn. It now seems as if your leg now understand the way to the house, right? Exactly. That's the point of automation. And what is responsible for that is the subconscious part of the brain. Why am I saying all this? Because in dialectics, in the dialectic school, the idealism dialectics or the concept or philosophy of dialectics shows that your brain takes lessons, constant lessons from your deliberate actions daily. So what do you think the action of playing gambling has told to or praying for something they can solve, human being can solve. What do you think will sell to a student that is having academic difficulty? Do you think the subconscious will sell the idea that he can read his way out, or he should go and bribe lecturer? Exactly. You know the answer. Is to bribe lecturer. Is to turn it to a game. Is to see life again as a game. Is to see knowledge gathering as a game. After all, everything now is a game. Everything now is by law. Everything now is not by merit. So why should you disturb yourself in studying when you can pray? When the universe or the sky daddy, not the universe does not answer such prayer. When the sky daddy that they pray to can solve it. That is why, even though our case is not beyond remedy as a nation, and I stand bold and tall to tell you today that Nigerian case is not beyond remedy. Those who would point to the fact that our case is beyond remedy, they should point to what they are doing about it. And I will tell you that those who are not doing anything about it are the ones saying it's beyond remedy. But it's the concept of gambling that has entered them. It's the subconscious mind of gambling that have entered them. The subconscious mind of begging sky daddy that have entered them. That anything they want to do have not been trained to put the effort and to do the work necessary to get things done. Anything they want to do, there is nothing they are currently doing or had ever done in their life that they have put in the effort and the work to do it. Those who have done the work of putting in the effort to build something understand that the remedy to fixing anything is to do the work necessary to fix it. So the Singaporeans, Shingon Yu, I've forgotten the name, I'm messing the name, but the Singaporeans in 1960 were in a bad state, were in a detrimental state, were in a bad shape, what you will call unredeemable system. In fact, they made an attempt to also buy such products to say that they are unredeemable. They volunteer themselves. The reason why they are not a state under the Malaysian government is because the Malaysian government gave them a condition that they consider. You see, watching here, but meaning they are not giving up. They consider too much of stuff to add them. One of the conditions they gave them, not the only condition, one of the conditions they gave them is that the Singaporeans wanted to still be a state under the Malaysian government and to still be able to manage their own political affairs. But the Malaysian government said, no, they're not doing that. You are not coming to share part of our resources and still govern yourself. We will govern you. And they consider that as not non-negotiable. Oh goodness, that they still have some ego. Do you still have that ego as a black man, as an African, as a Nigerian? Do you think we still have that ego? That level of ego to say, no, I cannot be absorbed. I would rather do the work and build something. The sporty bet reflection shows. So the idea, the concept of your subconscious mind putting your destiny in someone's hand, in your precious hand, because Liberation Civic Space also made this statement, which is a known fact, that one of the sponsors of Real Madrid, I don't know why you guys have not connected this, one of the sponsors of Real Madrid is Sportybet. Sportybet is not just one of the sponsors of Real Madrid. Sportybet channel on YouTube give live coverage, free live coverage to La Liga. Do you know what it means to have the right to cover a whole league? Is knowing that it is a sporty bet. and you still want to bet in that system, is because, see, these are the part of the ignorance that we are talking about. The oppressed are ignorant. They will suffer the consequence of the ignorance. Like they say, if you think knowledge is expensive, try ignorance. You will realize there will be shocking awakening that no, ignorance is not cheap. Ignorance is not cheap. You are betting against 40 bet. Do you even understand what betting is? If you understand what betting is, you will not bet again. If you even understand what betting is, see, and I don't know, and that's why people could do MMM. It's the same set of people. There is a church in UK that the so-called senior pastor had to be removed from office because they put about $40 million into was it MMM? Into MMM, into a Ponzi scheme. Can you into a Ponzi scheme? No, it's true they did. Yeah, it was MMM. It was MMM. MMM, not the recent one. CBEX, not the recent one. CBEX. You see, this is the culture. This is the culture. It's the same set of people. It is not coincidence that you will find them in the religious shrine begging and hoping that something will come out of nothing, especially out of themselves, nothing from themselves, no part to play. And it's not a coincidence that when they present gambling opportunities for them, they will jump at it. It is not a coincidence. If you think it's a coincidence, then you are getting it twisted. One day there is a song of an artist that I don't listen to, but let me not spoil his market. Today, I will do it tomorrow. Let me not spoil it today. There is a song of him, and then after the guy, what I consider barbaric song, it was a barbaric song. He titled the song and it doesn't make sense to me. I do not fathom how young people listen to such. But because I follow these interactions, I follow the backline interactions. So, of course, majority of Nigerians, like they do, came online and bashed him for the song. And then the guy said, I was not listening to his interview after the bashing. And the guy said, wait, who is deceiving who? That Nigeria says they do not like this song, but we streaming it. Because the last time we checked, the stream had gained momentum. And it's true. It was true. This is, meaning Nigerians are deceiving themselves. They want to eat their cake and have it because the responsibility of picking one is not something they have cultivated. We have not cultivated taking responsibility. We have not. And what do we teach? What do we teach our children? We now have children who we cannot be a model to. That's why they don't respect us. They know daddy does not take responsibility. They know mommy is useless. Such is daddy. What do you think you are going to educate them? You are going to educate them till the point when the cane can do the job. That is why you have to use the cane. That's why when they told you that spare the rod and spoil the child, that is why it makes sense to you. It makes sense to you because you don't even know the yardstick of influencing anybody. That the first baseline of influence is behavior, is modeling. You cannot start modeling when you have not even modeled yourself. Wọ́n ní ẹni tó bá máa dáṣọ fún ni, tọ́rùn ẹ̀ láti kọ́kọ́ bẹ̀rẹ̀. The person that is coming to promise you clothing, you will look if he is not clothless. Because if If the person is naked, then you should not expect so much from such. So it is the inability of us to take responsibility as a group that we have considered the words of those who
Guys, many of you
benefit
don't know this, but I
from
don't
the
go dig the information
system,
out.
making
Tinubu's
it
non
rotten and consider it as a game. It is in that sense that we also would echo and say it is a game. Because for you not to say it's a game, you know the implication. For you to say, because it's not a game, our life depends on it. These are the things that are forcing you to do the things that you are doing today. Politics is beyond game. It's costing us lives. It's making decisions. It's tearing families apart. Because the decision of politics affects economics. Let me sell my respected professor, Professor Mowale, an in-house professor. He titled a book. He wrote a book called Pan-Africanism from Program to Philosophy. I like the book. I like his explanation of what politics and economics is. I love it so much. Politics, in his word, he defined it as the human interactions that exist between oneself. So what he says politics is that everything above the surface of the floor of the ground is politics. Anything that affects anything on the above the surface of the ground is politics. But the implication of it, and he defined economics as anything that affects the interactions of human and the land. So the interactions of human and the land is economics. When you say politics is a game, in a world where you need the land to actually survive, because it is at the level of survival that you talk of the basic needs of human life, which has now become something you have to hustle for, which was not so before. So when you talk of the human interactions with the ground, which is validating survival, it is the lack of human interactions that births starvation. Over 2,000 Nigerians die of food starvation daily. It is not my report, Google it. According to UN, about 25,000 persons die of food starvation daily. 3 out of 10 persons that die daily of food starvation are Nigerians. So what do they need to justify to not die of food starvation?
Yeah, your audio is clicking and is I don't know whether or not it's only me. Swaz, are you getting the same feedback from your end? Your audio is fluctuating. Maybe go again first, and then let's see whether or not it has
I'm
been
hearing
fixed.
you now.
Okay,
Oh,
it's not, the audio is not fluctuating from your side.
no, no, no.
Okay,
Oh,
please
are you
proceed.
sure? Are
From
you sure? Are you sure the network provider has not gotten
it
to
is
you?
okay now. It's fine now. Yeah, please proceed.
All
Yeah,
right,
we're talking
all right.
about somebody.
Yeah. So that the human interactions with the ground can suddenly remove the interactions of death to starvation, anything to survival, the physiological need, to food, lack of food, to lack of water, which majority of our brothers in Ghana are suffering from. The galamsey conversation is now becoming extremely dangerous. It's not like Nigeria is better, but they are not even having access to private borehole that we have glorified in this space. Even though private borehole, how many people have access to private borehole in this country, if not out of selfishness? We have not even talked of how many people die of to test, because test kills faster than lack of food. It only will take about 72 hours. Yes, that's 3 days. Between 48 to 72 hours for anyone to die of thirst. And we are not even talking of for those who could even say that they have access to water, whether it is not already contaminated. We are not talking of outbreak related to lack of drinkable waters. Lack of drinkable water. We are not even talking about that. Cholera, typhoid, and so on. Back to the point that when you say politics is a game, because politics is human interactions and the economics is human interactions with the ground, in a place where the human interactions that exist today now determine whether you would own a land and for how long you will own a land, if at all you will have access to a land, determine where you can have the land, determine what you can do with the land. What do you think COO is? That's politics influencing the interactions we have with the land. What do you think is happening with banditry, attacking farmers? That's politics affecting how productive farmers can interact with the land. And if they do not become more productive, more people will fall into the short of poverty, which is multidimensional in perspective, right? More people will fall into that and more people will die of starvation or hunger. That is politics. So when a useless politician we call them, these are not politicians, politician, when a useless misruler come to tell me that politics is a game, and I can't believe it. I'm not in gambling. I don't do gamble. I don't risk my life. Oh, some person will say, oh, but what you are doing now is risking your life. This is me addressing my life. What you guys are doing is gambling your life away, because you are putting the option of fixing your life in the hands of those who have designed the system to lead you. They have designed it. If Sporty Bet owns the league by proxy, because they power the league, the last time I checked, the highest investment in any league is coverage. Anyone that pays the coverage is the highest investor. Sporty Bet covers La Liga and La Liga games on their YouTube page for free. You think it's free? It's for free for people who do not know, but you are paying for it. Yeah, that is light going off. That's expected, right? Yeah. So you are paying for it. So politics, and I'm going to stop here. I'm going to pause here for now. So politics cannot be a game, and thanks, and should not be a game. Should not be a game. Should not be a game to those whose impact, who will bear the brunt of the impact. Should not be a game. Politics should not be a game to us. Shouldn't be. If they call it a game, you need to slap them. Because when you deprive people of Makoko, the land, that's not a game. When you make people homeless, it's no longer a game. Something that can make people homeless, and that makes people homeless. People were at the protest ground at Alausa, I was told. some few days ago, if not yesterday, and they were tear gassed for coming to complain about the house they built that government could not build and still destroy it without making an alternative. That is not a game. That should not. If they tell you that is a game and you believe it, it's the gambling spirit, say. It is the pray for me daddy spirit that has entered you, and it's a negative spirit that will deliver in the course of this conversation. You will be delivered. Make I rest there. Back to you, Liberation Chat.
Guys, many
so
of you
very
don't know
much.
this, but I
Thank you
don't go
for
dig
that.
the information out. Tinubu's
Let's
nominee
pay
for the
attention
INEC
to
chairmanship
what is
has
being
been
said by
accepted and allegedly appointed. So now what it means is that the person that is the new INEC chairman is Tinubu's nominee. So Tinubu said, this person now is the person I want to be the next INEC chairman, and that's the person that he puts there. How will he lose an election when he puts the person that judges the election in position? You don't understand what just happened. He just won the next election, guy. Because you now just reason now. The guy where he puts there, that guy go want come out and from seat. I don't think so. I don't think so. Because why did he select that guy to be nominated? Why not you and me? Why not another person? There has to be a reason. I'm not saying anything, no. I'm just bringing information to you people. And this news has been confirmed. It was posted by channels, and also Tunde Not also reposted. We did hear they drag Davido and Whiskey. Person they put in plans. They appoint strategic appointments. Maybe say go, go. How is this even allowed? Like, I just dey wonder, like, how is this thing a thing? Like, Nigeria now, present president go choose the person wey go appoint her for the next presidency. Something wey dey happen for this country, I no understand if maybe na me no sabi law, because it feels like the president is all powerful and all knowing and all present and all everything. Anyway, make we dey watch sha. Na the information, just come bring information for una. This one no be alleged, na confirm. Now what?
Of course, that there you have it, by a young Nigerian wondering why the presidency, or perhaps it is the president that would nominate the chairman of the so-called Independent and Electoral Commission. Independent, and if they are indeed independent, and you have to give them, or perhaps appoint or impose on the commission who becomes their next leader. And of course, this is just coming from someone. This is not even it does not even the leadership does not necessarily have to be in the system before being appointed the leader. This is just a random professor. It's not as though, see, for someone for something to be a commission, it must have been a systemic, there must have been an institutional provision that is responsible for building whoever will become their leader. There have to be an history. But this is, we are looking at the system whereby the a president. Let me say this very very slowly. A president can just simply say, okay, there's a particular professor in so school, and I'm making the professor the next INEC chairman. It's not as though the commission itself, they are the ones responsible for who becomes their next chairman. So in that kind of situation, yeah, there's so much room for speculation that the system is rigged before it even starts. Because ordinarily, usually, when you now look at the track record of previous INEC chairman, for instance, now the immediate past INEC chairman, Mahmoud Yakub, and how the president, this same president also nominated him to be an ambassador, is currently serving as an ambassador, validating so much claim that, well, what happened the last election was like, this is now a reward, that thank you so much for a job well done. All right, we are giving you an ambassador, we are giving you a step up, to that role. So now when you now have a president giving you the next chairperson of the so-called Independent National Electoral Commission, then you are leaving room for so many form of speculation. And of course, it is also validating some of the claims that are saying that, well, the system is rigged. And whoever pays the piper dictates the tune. If the president senses any form of, that the people want to really, or perhaps there's anybody that's going to emerge that is not him, he can basically put a call through and said, well, do what you have to do. And let us emerge as the winner. And of course, you know that this will come to this will come as there will be a reward for that special purpose mission. So these are the issues that we really want to discuss as well. Despite this whole rigged situation, obviously, according to many Nigerians, that ordinarily, when you have a commission that is in charge of electoral activities, this commission should be independent through and through, even in terms of appointing who becomes their next leader. It should not be a political appointment that you are saying, okay, we are appointing so person. No, and when you look at the history of political appointment in Nigeria, it has always been the case of that particular appointed person basically you know doing the bidding of whoever appointed him. All right, he'll be doing the bidding of whoever appointed him. They will give example of Jega did not do the bidding of Jonathan. That shows that it's not necessarily true, that appointing chairperson is not really true. That is now a function of, and this is how Nigeria tricks people. This is how Nigeria tricks us to now begin to doubt some of our postulation. All right, they will use exception to the rule situation to nullify what is fundamental. I've already proven that this is a fundamental problem, that an independent electoral commission should be able to choose its leadership for it to maintain its claim that it is independent. That is a fundamental logical thing to do. It should not be a matter of political appointment, because that will be leaving room for so many just like a football club that is saying, you should go to Sporty app now. You see that you say I think sponsored by, or perhaps there's a particular role Real Madrid is playing, an ambassador for the Sporting Bet app. So whenever Real Madrid now carry out what happened yesterday, now they are leaving room for people to doubt that they have to do what they have to do, because Sporty has contacted them that they are going to lose a lot of money and they are the ones that will save them. So they have to manipulate the results such that it favors Sporty. But imagine a situation whereby they are not really affiliated at all to Sporty Bet. Then they have already proven beyond every reasonable doubt that they are not working for the bookmakers, or perhaps working for the sporting companies. So this is fundamentally, something that we need to highlight. So we are looking at how rigged the system are. And of course, is it actually true that the system is rigged? And if the system is rigged, what should be the attitude of the Nigerian people to approach that system that is rigged against them? All right. Will the best strategy be, striking alliance with the politicians who are basically, a major player in this rigging process? Or perhaps coming up with a solution that is going to basically that is going to outplay the rigging arrangement? Because let's face it, if you are being rigged out in a particular situation, there are ways you can do it such that you outsmart the system. So are the Nigerian people thinking of how they can outsmart the system that is rigged against them, or they are pretty much playing along, expecting to win in a rigged situation? That is essentially what we are trying to discuss here, and we have taken the reaction of a young Nigerian. Perhaps let's take a listen one more time. For the sake of new listeners, we might need to do this. They will now continue the conversation from there.
Guys, many of you don't know this, but I don't go dig the information out. Tinubu's nominee for the INEC chairmanship has been accepted and allegedly appointed. So now what it means is that the person that is the new INEC chairman is Tinubu's nominee. So Tinubu said, this person now is the person I want to be the next INEC chairman, and that's the person that he puts there. How will he lose an election when he puts the person that judges the election in position? You don't understand what just happened. He just won the next election, guy. Because you now just reason now. The guy where he puts there, that guy go want to come out and front seat. I don't think so. I don't think so. Because why did he select that guy to be nominated? Why not you and me? Why not another person? There has to be a reason. I'm not saying anything, no. I'm just bringing information to you people. And this news has been confirmed. It was posted by channels, and also Tunde Not also reposted. We did hear they drag Davido and Whiskey. person dey put in plans, dey appoint strategic appointment wey be say you go go. How is this even allowed? Like I just dey wonder, like how is this thing a thing? Like Nigeria now, present president go choose the person wey go appoint am for the next presidency. Something wey dey happen for this country, I no understand if maybe na me no sabi law, because it feels like the president is all powerful and all knowing and all present and all everything. Anyway, make we dey watch sha. Na the information, just come bring information for una. This one no be alleged, na confirm. Now
All right, let's take one more.
So the INEC
soundbite,
chairman
then
did
we'll
not wait
get
for his
to
tenure to
Constitution
finish and he hurriedly resigned. It seemed something was chasing him. Wait, let me give you the summary of everything that has happened in INEC, how he resigned, who he handed over to, and a little background of the new INEC chairman. Wait, let me explain.
Having been privileged to serve the commission for 10 years, only a few more weeks to serve, I've taken a decision and conveyed same as provided by Section 306, subsections 1 and 2 of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, 1999, as amended. In the interim, I am handing over to one of the most senior national commissioners by date of appointment. Following consultation with other national commissioners, Mrs. May Agbamuche Mbu will serve in acting capacity pending the appointment of a substantive chairman of the commission.
So on the 7th of October 2025, the former INEC chairman Yakubu Mahmood tendered his resignation letter to the president that he no longer wants to continue as the INEC chairman. Remember, his tenure will expire in November, meaning that he still have 1 month to still be the chairman. But the question is, why did he hurriedly resign before the expiration time? Now, according to Yakubu, he said that he resigned earlier before his tenure expires so that they can have smooth transition to the next INEC chairman. That is what he said. Now, in case you don't know, Mahmood Yakubu has been the INEC chairman since 2015 till 2025, making him one of the longest serving INEC chairman in Nigeria history. Mahmood Yakubu conducted the 2019 general election that brought Buhari into office. He also conducted the 2023 general election that brought Bola Ahmed Tinubu into office. Now, in 2025, Mahmood Yakubu bowed out from office. Although many people might not like him, many people might like him, depending on the angle you are looking at him from. Now, here are some innovative that Yakubu brought into INEC when he was in office. It was Yakubu that introduced the beavers and also electoral transmission, which many people said that after introducing those things that he did not maximize it and did not use it well, which put him on the spotlight of criticism and also many people hating him for his bad job done, according to what people are saying, not my opinion, which many people are attributing to 2023 general election, which he complained of many glitches that happened in presidential election, which did not affect the gubernatorial, senatorial and House of Representative election, only the presidential election. That is what people are saying. So why Yakubu stepped down on 7th of October 2025, he can't just leave the office space. In ensuring a smooth transition and handing over, Yakubu cannot just step down and leave the office vacant. He needed to hand over to the most senior commissioner officer in INEC, which is Mrs. May Agbamuche Mbu. Yakubu handed over to her on the 7th of October. While Mrs. May Agbamuche assumed the office as the acting INEC chairman, drama started. The court in Osun State issued the arrest of the former INEC chairman, which is Mahmood Yakubu. Now, this arrest warrant is coming from a political party which is called AA, Action Alliance, petition against the INEC chairman of his misconduct and not handling the electoral process well during the 2023 general election. Well, the Osun State court issued that arrest warrant. The INEC chairman and the commission had to settle the whole issue before it became too serious. That is why the public did not hear about that. So the INEC chairman was not arrested. So the acting INEC chairman, which is May Agbamuche, is a lawyer. She is a lawyer and also known for integrity. That is what people are saying, that she has integrity. She is a good lawyer. She has not been compromised. She has not done that. She has not done that. So there's good reports about her. But the question is, will her tenure last? And her tenure did not last up to 48 hours when the president nominated a new INEC chairman. So dear Nigerians, behold your new INEC chairman, which is Professor Joash Ojo Amopiton. Is the new INEC chairman that will be taking the affairs of the Independent National Electoral Commission from now henceforth. He will be conducting every election that will be happening from now. Coming from the Anambra election, he will be overseeing all. So if you need to hold anybody accountable, he should be the one. Now let me give you a little bit background about Professor Joash. Professor Joash is a professor of law from the University of Jos, meaning he has been teaching law, and he's also a senior advocate of Nigeria. Professor Joash is 68 years old and he has been teaching law for over 30 years. Now, meaning he has experience in law. So if you conduct election, you are not satisfied, you go court, you will see meet him there because he knows the law more than you going to the courts. Professor Joash is from the same North Central as the former INEC chairman, which is Mahmood Yakubu. So they are from the same North Central region of Nigeria. They share similar thing in common. Although people are worried that why picking people from the same region, North Central. Anyway, the reason why the INEC chairman is coming from North Central is because to balance the equation of power. The president is from the Southeast, the Senate president is from South South, and the way they share power now, I won't go into details, but you understand. So many Nigerians are also concerned that Professor Joas do not have any electoral experience. Now, many people are also complaining that for him not to have any electoral experience, that make him perfect for the position because he will not know how to compromise or who to do that, that kind of thing, how to malpractice and all that. So because he doesn't have experience, so there are good and bad to it. He doesn't have experience, and if he has experience, it's also bad. But you be the judge in the comment section. Now, one of the biggest things about him is that a lot of testimonials are coming stating that he's a man of integrity and he doesn't compromise. And those who know him as the lecturer of law in University of Jos stating that he's not the kind of lecturer that you can bribe. He's not the kind of lecturer you can give pocket money to do something for you. That he has truth and integrity. Now, another thing coming is that many reputable Nigerians are complaining, and some lawyers are complaining, that the president should not have a right to appoint a electoral chairman. That if the president appoints a electoral chairman, it can also somehow be compromised because the appointee can also want to do something, to favor his boss that appointed him. So the power of appointing the electoral chairman should leave the president and be independent, the way the name implies, which is Independent Electoral Commission, INEC. Now, in summary of everything I just said right now is that Mahmoud Yakubu, the former INEC chairman, has stepped down after 10 years in office. Mrs. May Agwamuche Mbu became the acting INEC chairman, which did not last up to 42 hours. The president of Nigeria, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, appointed the new INEC chairman, which is Professor Joash Amupiton. So Nigerians are currently watching to know if truly INEC will be independent or not. Anyway, this is the summary of everything that has happened in INEC for the last 72 hours, which is the whole INEC chairman stepping down and all that. If I missed anything, please tell me in the comment section, but please share this video so that other people can know what is happening in INEC. And please do not forget to share this video and get involved in Nigeria electoral process. Anyway, tell me what you think, but before you think again, don't forget to
enjoy your weekend.
Well, there you have it. All of the reservations laid out bare, and of course, it has reflected a very, in my view, balanced opinion on this issue. And of course, you now begin to see some of these reservations. How, if we are to weigh these reservations, all of these fears, um, how do we weigh it? Which one is legitimate concerns, which one is trivial? Which one can we rightfully say, well, it's actually a legitimate fear to basically validate the rigging rhetoric that is flying up and down. All right, that is it actually true? When there is a high-ranking officer who had experience in election and all of this thing, why should anyone be appointed again when you have experienced people within the commission? And of course, you now begin to wonder, is that the best route to take? Why can't the members of the commission appoint whoever becomes their leader? And of course, even this immediate past INEC chairman still have so much question to answer with respect to how they utilize the billions allocated to them. Billions allocated to them, over 500 billion naira allocated to the commission under the supervision of the Mahmoud Yakub, leadership of the INEC. Yet, despite these billions, complaints still happen. They still say, yeah, we had to turn off the IRF at some point for security reason. Didn't you factor security reason into the budget? And if the system can be hacked, and of course, if there are means or perhaps mediums or measures that should be put in place, which you assured us, Mahmoud Yakub assured Nigerians that they have put all measures in place to avoid the system from being hacked. And the budget was no, it was budgeted and it was approved to carry it out. Yet, when it is time to practicalize what he said he has put in place, the whole thing still fell apart. And of course, creating room for Nigerians to doubt the credibility of that election and the fact that, yeah, the system is rigged. So why there are two things that is cause for concern here: the leadership of INEC, the independence of that leadership, and of course the accountability culture of making sure whoever is leaving that position gives a thorough account of what transpired during his time in office. Also very, very important. But we also have a culture of just moving on, moving on, moving on. And of course, if the game is indeed rigged, and of course there's all of this cause for concern, can we truly say the election is free and fair? And of course, moving into the next election year, are we going to be do we have the assurance that the election will be free, fair, and credible? These are the fears of many Nigerians. And of course, if you want to join us in the studio here, use that link on your screen. You just literally have to type it on your browser. Type that link on your browser, and you find yourself in the studio here, and we'll be able to bring you up. If you cannot come into the studio, you can use the comment section. You can drop your comment in any of the two platforms, both X and YouTube, and we'll be able to bring you that comment into the studio, and we would read it loud and clear. So now, Nigerians versus the politicians in this whole, you know, race to ensure credibility of elections, because by and large, we have adopted this means of governing ourselves, elections. But in this adoption, is it a sincere process that makes the winner emerges, that will allow the winner to emerge, or a system that will allow the best rigger to emerge, or perhaps the person that is going to corner the system to himself best to emerge? And if the system has been, weaponized against people before, women people are saying that, well, the 2023 was not that clear. There was still gray areas. What are the assurances that the next one this time around will be free, fair, and credible? And of course, the Nigerian people are very, very much, still very much attached to the establishment politician who, by and large, want to just play the game of, well, who has the most blind followership and who can rig the most. Because you have to also come to the reality that election buying of votes is rigging. Buying of votes on election day or before the election day is rigging. Giving out dollars to to the, what is it called, delegates in the primaries is rigging. Raising up the prices of nomination form across political parties is rigging. You have already rigged out even those that can be qualified to lead, just because they cannot afford it. So these are the reservations. And of course, many Nigerians who are obviously tired of this system seems not to be tired of the politicians responsible for the rotten system. And we are also going to tune in, all right, into what they are saying in this particular broadcast. We want to hear from Nigerian people, all right, and we want to validate whether or not we are lying. All right, many people are saying it's not true. Nigerians are not really, attached. You know, yes. Thank you so much, basket of content. You said it is a crime. Thank you so much. Right, it is a crime to really bring about, to rig an electoral system, it's a crime against humanity because that will mean that whoever that is representing the people is not emerging. Eh? It is not the mandate of the people that is getting into power. That is what it means. That we are having a situation whereby people are rigging themselves into power, not who the people elect into office. And that is not the kind of society that you want to build. No, 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 no. And of course, many of our people are still very much attached to the same politician. They don't have they don't have any out of the box plan to bring about any sort of, strategy against rigging. And as a people, don't you think we should have an exit plan? And w- do we have parties talking about the tactical plan against a rigged system? Will it be wise for any Nigerian to be associated with a party that doesn't have a tactical, out of the box plan against these obvious concerns of rigging? Should it be wise? And of course, is there a party that has out of the box tactical strategic plan to make sure that the people's mandate does not get rigged? Very, very important. Let's take a listen to what some of our Nigerian people, what they are saying, because it's very, very important. Very, very important. It's not This is not an echo chamber. Hmm? This is a platform where we listen to everybody. Right? We just want to confirm if it's actually true. It is an accusation that people are still very much attached to the politicians that have rigged this game against them. Let's listen.
We would never have known that there are places in the north where they drink all this kind gutter water when they see for south here. People they drink as
Mhm.
water.
Okay,
Even I was building borehouses for them,
okay,
not as a president, but as an individual.
okay.
And he's not just doing that for the first time. He was doing that as a governor, and even before he became a governor. I was on a space during the going to the 2023 election where a guy, a man came, he said he's an army. That they are in a place, Chigozie space. The mobilizer from the north, his name is Alex, Chigozie Alex or so. Many people, if you are obedient or you even date X, you go know that guy. I went in space that year. The guy just come up, he said, then they one uncompleted school building there. His Excellency was passing and saw them. Was like, he just went to greet them. My people, now here on that day, they say yes. While he was still talking with them, they brought their food. Oma, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, who said he can't hear me?
Who said that? Akin Femi, is that you?
No, I'm not the one. I can hear you. I can hear you.
Oh, okay. I don't know.
Okay, then please, I guess it's George then. Then please drop and come back. We'll bring you back up.
I can hear you now.
Okay.
It seems as though the program that we were tuning, they're having a network glitch, and of course, we will retune there. But yeah, what are we talking about? Rigged, playing in a rigged game, Nigerians versus politicians. All right, is it actually wise for Nigerians to play the game of the politicians? All right, in the rigged political game of Nigerians, or in the game political, how do I even put it? Is it really wise for Nigerians to play in the game that is rigged against them? A game that is rigged fundamentally against them. Let's take a listen to what this young man has to say one more time. And of course, you now draw your conclusion, all right, for the sake of new listeners. Well, let's take a listen.
how he resigned, who he handed over to, and a little background of the new INEC chairman. Wait, let me explain.
Having been privileged to serve the commission for 10 years, only a few more weeks to serve, I've taken a decision and conveyed same as provided by Section 306, subsections 1 and 2 of the Constitution of the Federal Republic.
Well, first of all, the thing is that should INEC chairpersons or chairman be appointed by, you know, the president, or they should have internal mechanism to bring about who becomes their next leader? That is the very first question. And of course, don't you think this is putting, is revealing or giving all of the reasons for anyone to question the reliability, or perhaps the 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 credibility? That's what I'm looking for. The credibility of that commission. Because how can a participant in an election appoint the referee, or perhaps the umpire that determines who becomes the winner in an election? It's just like having a team, like there's a particular match between two teams, and one of the team is the one that is going to appoint who are the officiating officials, the referee, the linesman, and you think that particular match is going to be free and fair. All right. And of course, will it be out of place if anybody accuses the referee of bias in any of his decision in that kind of match, knowing fully well that it is the team, one of the team that appointed the referee? This is the obvious reservation of many people. Let's keep listening.
Of Nigeria 1999 as amended. In the interim, I'm handing over to one of the most senior national commissioners by date of appointment. Following consultation with other national commissioners, Mrs. May.
So there are indeed officials within the commission who has been serving, who are serving the commission in senior capacities. So it's not as though the commission just only assembles every 4 years. There are officials that work with the commission. So why is it necessary? And that is very, very important. Why is it necessary for the presidency to now appoint over them, all right, a chairman? And what does that say about the credibility of the election?
Bamuchimbu will serve in acting capacity pending the appointment of a substantive chairman of the commission.
So on the 7th of October 2025, the former INEC chairman Yakubu Mahmood tendered his resignation letter to the president that he no longer want to continue as the INEC chairman. Remember, his tenure will expire in November, meaning that he still have 1 month to still be the.
Isn't it weird that someone who just 1 month left to retire is he's handing over his resignation letter just barely a month before his official retirement?
What is
And
there to resign? You don't do 99.9%. You can't resign. What?
isn't it weird? And of course, just in some months after he did that, he was appointed the one of the ambassadors. So validating every accusation that this is a plan work. It's like somebody is making a call that, well, tender your resignation letter. I have a better juicy offer for you. Just you know what you do, just resign. Just resign. And of course, that will give it will give you more honor that way that you are resigning. It's not as though you end your tenure in office. When you resign, and of course, another appointment is waiting for you. That is what is giving the validation to this kind of accusation. And of course, it's weird because how many things can remain? Waiting remain in your tenure. So it's a very weird situation, and this weird situation is indicating so much,
Is indicating so much.
Ebitimi, your mic is on, right? Would you like to jump in? Okay. So this weirdness is actually something that is a cause for concern. And of course, let's keep
Chama.
listening.
But the question is, why did he hurriedly resign before the expiration time? Now, according to Yakubu, he said that he resigned earlier before his tenure expires so that they can have smooth transition to the next INEC chairman. That is what he said. Now, in case you don't know, Mahmoud Yakubu has been the INEC chairman since 2015 till 2025, making him one of the longest serving INEC chairman in Nigeria history. Mahmoud Yakubu conducted the 2019 general election that brought Buhari into office. He also conducted the 2023 general election that brought Bola Ahmed Tinubu into office. Now, in 2025, Mahmoud Yakubu bow out from office. Although many people might not like him, many people might like him, depending on the angle you are looking at him from. Now, here are some innovative that Yakubu brought into INEC when he was in office. It was Yakubu that introduced the beavers and also electoral transmission, which many people said that after introducing those things, that he did not maximize it and did not use it well, which put him on the spotlight of criticism and also
Yes. Many people like like myself and many other Nigerians would criticize you collecting over 500 billion naira. Go and verify. They budgeted for 500 billion and the federal government released 500 billion naira for the commission to conduct an election. And yet, all of the assurances that was promised by Mahmoud Yakub, all of it did not materialize. It is all excuses. All right? Ballot box did not get to, polling units on time. A logistic issue. Many voting polling booths did not start, the elections on time. We had cases of people voting into the night, and yet we also have issues with electoral transmission of result, which is actually something that they promised like an assurance to the Nigerian people. And of course, the most controversial one of turning off the high ref, and of course not using IRF and now reverting back to the old school arrangement of now manual compilation of results, that the commissioner, what's it called, state commissioner of the commission will now have to drive all the way or move all the way from wherever, any state, to Abuja to go and report, not practically the chairperson, because usually people are expecting the chairman to basically make use of the compilation on the IRF to announce the result. But what people actually experienced was far beyond what was promised. And even few days before the election, there was a particular interview where it gave Nigeria people all of the assurances. And of course, people like Shore and Rufai Oseni of the Arise News said that they have tested that particular website. That website is not up to par. For a website that is was for a commission that actually requested for billions of naira, they could not set up a website that can withstand, that level of data that is going to hit the server at the same time, because we're talking about thousands of voting results hitting the server at once. And of course, it's not rocket science. If you design your server to accommodate such, it will accommodate it without any hiccup. And if you are happily asked for a particular resources to be able to do that, and you were provided the resources to do it, and the system still messed up, and of course you were even asked about the security of being hacked, you gave assurances that it will not be hacked, that the website is secure. Yet when push come to shove, when it was time to practicalize what you have promised, you now begin to say, yeah, there are some Russian hackers that hacked the server about 52 times per hour, 57 times per hour. And the Nigerian people still allow this to slide. And of course, the system also did not even have this accountability culture of calling Mahmoud Yakubu, say, Mr. Chairman, there's a committee that you are going to give account to. for really not delivering, on all of the promises upon which you requested for billions of naira for budget, and we approved that those billions of naira. My ancestors have a particular proverb ní pé èèyàn ò kí ń fowó ra òyì kó má lè kọ lójú. You cannot pay for a service and not get it. It's not possible. Then something is wrong somewhere. The service provider should be held accountable, not rewarded. On the account of the failure of INEC chairman Mahmood Yakub, he should be answering for all of the lapses, not being given a promotion to become an ambassador. But this is where you are in Nigeria. It's a rigged system. It is all validating all of the accusation that Mahmoud Yakub did exactly what he was told to do. And he had to do what he had to do because he who pays the piper dictates the tune. So let's keep listening to the soundbite. We welcome to the studio OIA, Adege, and of course Shinwa Ilara. You all welcome to the studio, and we'll pass the mic to you in due course. But well, let me not waste the
People
time of
hating him.
speakers. And of course, this is also meant for everybody. You can literally use the link on your screen. Just type it on your browser. I did the experiment myself yesterday. I typed it like one by one. Type the TTPS column / studio dot restream dot io / ety and so on and so forth. Type it is not a long something, and you'll be in the studio. Type it and send it to your browser, and you'll be shocked that you find yourself in the studio, and you'll be able to talk your own mind, because this is not an echo chamber. We accommodate all comments here. Thank you so much, everybody, for joining us, and it's a pleasure to have this conversation once again. Do you think the Nigerian electoral system is rigged, or do you think it is not rigged? Let's have that conversation. On what ground do you think what we are seeing here does not meet with reality or your reality? Let's pass the mic to Adege. I think Adege came first, then followed by Ebitimi, then followed by OIA. Let's go through that route. Then, yeah, because some speakers might just want to speak and just drop to do other things, because I understand the circumstances surrounding becoming a speaker on this broadcast, because you'll not be allowed to do other things on your phone. So we don't want to keep anybody waiting. So, Adege, please take it up. Are you there?
I'll let Why go first, because he was talking about not having enough time because he will get caught up in something. So let him quickly go, then I can go afterwards.
Okay, all right, all right. OIA, how are you doing today? What part of the topic, what particular perspective do you want our audience to look at this from today? OIA, are you there? Your mic is still muted.
Can you hear me?
Okay. Yes, you are audible now. Very audible.
Yeah. Good evening, comrade. Good evening once again. And good evening to the audience. Good evening, everyone. And my brother Adege, thank you for the thing. Actually, we'll be jumping out for my gun section this evening. I have a gun section this evening, so okay. It has been an interesting you know, every week in Nigeria
Why
we
you
have
don't they
new
you don't they
skits.
plan
But be like say it don't be
the gun
past.
session? Gun session for where? I don't tell us say they do gun session as revolutionaries. Now God they let us use clear eye, go they follow now they protest.
No. No. I normally go for gun shooting, gun rangers. I did gun rangers club. So I get section today in the next 30 minutes actually, and I guys drive go there. So what I dey talk now say
We'll talk the matter another day. Carry on.
every week now new skit.
Every week na new skit. But like now every day now be new skits. You know, if Tinubu no fall today, he go fall tomorrow. If you don't fall, I don't get issue say person for anybody can fall. Anybody can fall. You see, all those kind of things no be waiting they matter to us. Anybody can fall, And people can hey, anybody can fall. Fall no gets person mic the echo. I don't know. I'm hearing myself back. Okay, I think it's fine now. So let me start all over again. So thank you, host, for having us on this space. To just take like maybe a minute or two. The situation we found ourselves in this country, this our dear country, Nigeria, is quite unfortunate. Yorubas will say, "Ọmọ ẹlẹ́ran tó ń jẹ egun, ọmọ aláṣọ tó ń wọ àkísà." We are the example of that, that saying, that parable. A child of a meat seller with a chop bone, a child of a boutique owner with the wear rag. Make a sense of that. Now, the situation where we did for Nigeria be that. For the space where we just finished, I made mention of something. Say, people still think this whole thing a joke. They don't understand. They think politics is a game. They don't know politics is a thing of life and death. When you hear politics, the way the thing go eat all of us very soon. When you hear politics, you go to see life, you go to see death. Now that time you go know how to choose where you supposed belong to. Politics is not a game. They keep telling you guys this shit that politics is a game. And they further tell you that it is a game of number. Nobody wants to talk about governance. Everybody wants to talk about who is the political guru. So today we begin to hail political guru where they sell us out every now and then. One is French. French has taken over. The France has taken over your taxation program. Now them they manage them according to the APC government. Now they don't they go Turkey. Turkey. Sometimes maybe 10 years ago or 5 years ago, I can't remember again. There was a news that broke out that the Turkish are the ones, sponsoring Boko Haram, even though USAID said Trump government itself talk say now USAID that they use to sponsor Boko Haram. Only one country, how many alleged sponsors? One country, how many alleged sponsors? US government use their mouth talk say USAID must end in countries like Nigeria. Why? They say because USAID they don't link and say it they part of those where they aid and abet Boko Haram terrorism. Turkey many years ago was linked to the aid and abet. In fact, some of the guns and weapons where they say they the Boko Haram and the terrorist arm say now from Turkey. The Turkish government no deny them. Nobody can't debunk them. So when you look these things, we they say these things are joke. We don't understand this is politics at play. And those in power, when no get any level of morality in their bone marrow, they go do anything with their feet, they compromise their position as long as they go remain that power. They no care. They don't mind how many people go. They care about those that looks like they did the same class with them. Chimamanda Adichie Pikin die. May God rest the young boy's soul. May his soul rest in peace. Tinubu don't tweet about that. Hey, this. Mind you, just a week ago, prior to that time, Anthony Joshua friends, they die for road. Tinubu don't tweet, But every day, nobody fit measure the amount of Nigerians who they die for our roads. Every day, nobody fit measure the amount of Nigerians where they die due to lack of health care infrastructure. Nobody fit measure am. Kolonka, unmeasurable. I lost my dad due to health care in this country. No be say the man no fit manage himself. Oh, he don dey manage himself for how many years? He no get the resources to go India where they say he go collect the right treatment wey he need, and he has been managing this underlying health issue for like 10 years. Me woman no even know until like late hour, like 2 years prior to the time when he go kick bucket. Now I know. Now I get to know wetin dey do my papa. COVID-19 come. During COVID-19, now in Lagos state government talk say make everybody wey be special patients, wey be say this thing, say make dem no come shey na wetin be that hospital again wey dey Idiaraba? Loot. No, is it Loot? No, it's not Loot. Loot is not at Idiaraba now. Lagos State University Teaching Hospital. No, that one is Loot. Last suit. Now last suit. Now last suit I want talk. Now last suit dey Idiaraba. Please, now last suit now. Now last suit dey Idiaraba. Now they say all the say Lagos State government. Lagos State government. Now loot dey Idiaraba. Now loot dey Idiaraba. I don't dey mix am up. I don't dey mix am up with that. So imagine I don't want forget where my papa this thing. Because someone he dey hot person. Now loot where my papa go. Now they talk say make them stop all the special patients. Make them know they come again because of COVID-19. So make them no come again. Say they won't treat COVID patients. Say okay, all the special patients will be say now my dad they part of the special patients. In their case now say they go come the doctor, their specialist doctor, no be just specialist doctor go observe them, they'll come prescribe wetin they do them. So it is for like a time being. So it goes there at some point 3 months or monthly, depending on how the doctor would say he should come back, and he has been doing that for a very long time. So they go prescribe based on wetin they do am at that moment, wetin they observe, they go prescribe and wetin go use to treat himself. The medications are crazily expensive, goes in hundreds of thousands. Right? Now in Lagos State government say, make all the special patients, make they go they do medication online. Let your doctor talk to you online, let this and that, blah 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 blah. Online to talk online. Network, when doctor go, when they go book appointment now, online call. They go call, network go cut off in the course of conversation. If network no cut off, they no go hear each other. The thing happened for only got like 3 months consecutively. It was difficult to get information. It was difficult to examine physically that is needed. It was difficult to do a lot of things. Before we know, my papa body begin to swell. Before we know, he led to his death. Right? After COVID, reports come out say the total number of people will die for Nigeria due to COVID-19 is less than 6,000. Less than 6,000. The total number of people will die for Nigeria due to lack of quality health care is over 100,000. Different years. You see, this is a nation that will like going after the symptoms, ignoring the root cause. If we continue in this path in this nation, it would lead to our total downfall or destruction. No, this will not be then say. No be then say. And all of us within this country, we must be deliberate to fixing this country. We guys dey deliberate. And that part I never see for the Nigerian people. Many Nigerian way they see, they will just tell you, you don't cast, you don't go, make me say reach there, make I chop. Everybody they wait, make they chop their own. You where you want reach there, chop your own. the person wey dey there no go even allow you smell there. So in the real sense, no be say you hate these guys wey dey there. Now people wey they inspire you. You aspire to become them. You look at them, they inspire you. If Otedola can say a Chagore is his role model, Chagore na Otedola role model, and you lot are looking after Otedola that one day you become a miraculous billionaire, even though you are yet to ask Otedola how he became his own billionaire. You see, you are not ready to ask the right questions. You are not ready to ask the right question. I've said it. How many capitalists even in Nigeria? How many capitalists did our country, Nigeria? How many? Because we know that these capitalists, these so-called capitalists in Nigeria, are capitalists with no capital. Where is their roots? The capitalism way that they practice, where to be the roots of that capitalism. Dangote many years ago, Obasanjo came out and said he was the one that gave Dangote license to run the limestone industry in Nigeria, to run the cement industry in Nigeria. Obasanjo talker. So if Obasanjo no give, why Obasanjo go just look one man, say, oh yeah, come run this thing, give a license. He said that open license, open. That go to say, he go face this, he go face. Just go run now. I don't care. Open license. Who does that? He no give am terms and condition. Say this the way they run. Yeah, run now. But Nigerians must be the primary beneficiary of these things. Terms and conditions when we say go hold on down to say this thing when we give you, not be for your own good. Now everybody they look say na Dangote get cement, Elephant cement die, this one cement, Lafarge. And I don't know Lafarge die, Lafarge still do, but how many people they buy Lafarge? Lafarge, Elephant, all of them. Dangote took over. Now we be saying na Dangote take over. How far with the rest? How far with the rest? Look at the sugar industry. Every one of the things were easy to do, brothers. In those days, one of the things where they easy to do pass now sugar. In those days, is sebe where they call salt. We Yoruba, Lagos Yoruba go call am iyo. Original Yoruba go call am isebe. Salt, now that they talk about here. Now the easiest thing where they to produce. We were producing salt locally in Nigeria. We were producing salt locally in Nigeria, like local production of salt. If anybody will, that salt that they tie for nylon like this, they will tie for inside nylon. You go buy them. You know they're expensive. No packaging. No packaging at all. Dangote come, he package the salt for everybody. Now, you don't even feel afford salt where you go use to cook your food anymore. We have to be careful what we wish for. We really need to be careful what we wish for. We dey our high, very high. All our water where they run. Because me, I know I witnessed some. Lagos, Iju-Shaga water works. Now they used to supply water for almost every part of Lagos. All the water that time, it passed through gutter. Gutter like that. Gutter not too dirty that year. Gutter not the too dirty that year. It passed through gutter like this. We go tap water from the enter our houses. Even if you stay face me, I face you, water go enter your house. So we cannot say this has never happened before. We don't understand. We don't say what this one never happened. Say it's difficult. No, we add it. Like play. Everybody move on. We use pure water, sachet water. Take excuse. Say, okay, we don't get alternative. You always look for alternative when you should hold on to your own reality. Jump him. Shortcuts. And that shortcut don't lead us to where we did like this today. Say the present day Nigeria is worse than the former. The former yesterday Nigeria is worse than 2 days ago Nigeria. 2 days ago Nigeria is worse than 3 days ago Nigeria. 3 days ago Nigeria is worse than 4 days ago Nigeria. Every day we become bad, worse. Every day. You know, don't hear say 210 trillion naira miss before. Now until this Tinubu era. But we don't hear the before say snake swallow money now. What do we do about them? Everybody move on. Our money. We don't hear before say monkey carry money go. What do we do about them? We move on. Now they know even they use snake and monkey again. Enough of the snake in the monkey shadow. What is available now is our real shadow. Those hunting us. And one day Bushmeat go catch the hunter. Those hunting us, now then they show us directly and say there's nothing you can do about it. We no see 210 trillion naira again. What can you do about it?
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes. Now wait till the Sabi do be that. And homophones. The Sabi sing, the Sabi sing, the Sabi dance, you know. They go sing for you, they go dance for you, but they no get brain to build nation for you. No brain. These guys have no brain to build a nation for us. No single brain to build a nation. As all of them did, so where they pack themselves. Look at Peter Obi don't further confirm him. He said these guys are his elder brothers and leaders. He said they've been elder brothers and leaders. Why he won't talk wrong against them? He can't mention them. He was so proud, confidently mentioning their names. Aregbe-Shola, the guy that was part of those that formed the party you are speaking against, is the one that is your friend now today. El of a Rufai, the guy that was part of the party you are building. You know why you feel they are your friend? Because even you know stand one place. We've asked, how come 6 million people cannot build a party of their own? How come 6 million Nigerians, they cannot build a party of their own? Say, this is our party. 6 million. Help me make this make sense. Help me make this make sense. Me, just 10 people where I know, when like some things where they do, we form organization. 10 people, we form organization. Just 10, you know, maybe if as far as it was even 9. We be TV where we don't talk about the organization. Before we know, we turn 9. We form organization immediately. 6 million people, and you guys cannot form a political party with Peter Obi at the end of affairs, since you so much believe in him. You know this is an high level of hypocrisy or an high level of ignorance that you don't know what you are doing and you have no clue how to even go about what you are talking about or what you are claiming. You've got no clue. 6 million. 6 million. May I not be surrounded with 6 million fig trees? Because I don't know how we can have such level of human beings and you cannot build a political party of your own. That is the question you must ask people. Why has this guy jumped from PDP to APGA? Because he said it himself. He was part of PDP before he moved to APGA. Yeah.
Well, I say make sure we get 6 million Nigerians.
Yeah.
I said make sure we get 6 million Nigerians first. No first see. In fact, not even sure. Let me just have 6 million Nigerians that are just my supporters. That are saying, on your mandate we shall stand. If this Tinubu's regime is able to complete itself, kill me. Kill me.
Nigerians know what they are
6 million Nigerians
doing. See, they didn't expect. Notice anytime when we talk about say Abdul Salam Abubakar talk, say if Showore win. Now ancestor use that man mouth to talk that thing out. He said if Showore win, say all of them go run come out for. And that was at the time that they were that conference that they scatter floor for that conference. So we no one agree. The man gas talk and now ancestor. Stop it. Now ancestor can't use the mouth, talk her out, make all of us know. Say they know this man. Now Nigerians no one green noir. If Shoye wins, all of us will have to leave Nigeria. Nigerians do like say they no hear that one. You go know say Nigeria on a coded level that they admire at Abdul Salam Abubakar. Waiting me and Africa while talk for one space like that. I say what we have realized about Nigerians is that Nigerians are in love with bullies. Nigerians are in love with their bullies. You know, bully, you go and admire the bully. Say, make I just feel, make I just get power like this guy. Make I just do. Now, why Nigerians? You go understand now. Now, why Nigerians suddenly begin to like Trump? Despite what they see Trump doing, they love Trump. Even when you now come and show it to their faces, say, look at what Trump is doing. They still tell you, they still kind of excuse that. What else would you want him to do? They admire bullies. And this is why me have come to the conclusion that for Africa to be great is not on the benchmark of Nigeria has to be great. No more. No more. And I beg to differ. Anyone that has the idea or mentality that, we should learn Nigerian languages first before any other language. Me, I don't take position under Project African Awareness. One of the things, the last time I had a very, very huge engagement with the people we were forming Project African Awareness together, was I told them, go ye to Africa and any part of the globe and learn language that was used to colonize us. That was what I told. I said, I want to repeat this. I told our guys in Project African Awareness, I said, they questioned what I said. I said, but I can't defend it too much other than the way I understand it. Of course, I can go back historically to explain it. Maybe this space is not for that because, again, time is really not on my side. I don't even know if I go date this long. I don't miss liberation chart space, I swear. But it is what it is. We'll find time once in a while to just come in like this once I get that chance. I said every African owns a duty to learn the language in which he was colonized with. This is not because you want to approve of that colonization. I think that to bring about the unity of African people, we must be able to communicate with ourselves. Take for instance, if I go Senegal now, I want to go to communicate with Senegalese people. You want to go communicate with Senegalese people. If you go Benin, last one, Benin, where did your Togo? Make I use Benin. Until you meet the Yoruba side of the Benin people, you know, go fit communicate with the Benin people because their primary language is French. Not be all of them, they speak Yoruba for Benin. The total population where they speak Yoruba for Benin, I'm not sure say enter 20% of the entire population. You they see? If you go Cape Verde, how you want to speak? Wait, you want which language you want to go speak? They speak Portuguese. The huge amount, the languages where they speak past for Africa. Colonized, the language of the colonizers where they speak past. Now English, followed by French, then maybe Portuguese and Spanish. Any of this language, if you're a Pan-Africanist and I will to any of this language, go and learn it. The reason why you are learning it is not because you love it. The reason why you are learning, and that the intention matters a lot. You are not learning it to businessify your knowledge with it. No, you are learning it to revolutionize your people with it. Revolutionize, sorry. See leader. Now your leader be this. This is what people admire. So go ye as Pan-Africanists and learn all of this language if you feel learn them. I have difficulty in learning languages, but I'm attempted to learn French. I thought I knew it one time. As I don't see anybody where I go speak and with. Now so the thing disappear. I spend money, I spend money to learn French. The thing disappear. So to round this up, understand that the solution to our problem in Nigeria lies in our hands as a people of Nigeria. It lies in our conviction that we really want this country to move forward. It lies in us being deliberate about changing the course of this nation. It lies in us standing on the side of revolution. We must bring about revolution in this country. No way out of it. You can run from this, but it will always come back to haunt you. If it does not haunt you, it will haunt your family that did not pass through its own revolution. Reform after a total collapse of a political structure, reform after a total collapse of a country's institution cannot bring about the kind of progress you want in that nation. Reform can no longer do it once the institution fails. Institution is supposed to juxtapose or uphold the values of a nation. When political structure fails to do its own work. But once political structure don't fail, institution too can't fail, you cannot reform such a thing again. The only place reform works is when political structure fails. Institution will bring about reform. Tell me today, people, which institution in Nigeria we won't bring about the reform we in they seek about? Which institution? Is it the judiciary that is standing on one man's mandate? Because that's an institution. Is it the INEC body that is supposed to bring an independent electoral system? That's an institution. Tell me, show me one institution within Nigeria now where they stand to bring about that reform where they call. Who are the people that are directing the course of this institution? Who are they? Look inward. Tell me how reform wants to work, people. Everyday reform. Yo, we don't want revolution. We want, tell me how reform. I mean, maybe we don't understand. This thing we are saying we want, we don't understand it. Peter Obi cannot bring about any change. Atiku cannot. Reform cannot. It is a system that is rotting already. You need a total redirection of this course. A total redirection. Change of course. Overhauling. That's how to break it down from political structure to institution, from institution. Once institution fail, cut of personality, now you go take that place. And that's what you have today. Cut of personality, that's all of them are standing. We don't understand. This thing is to our faces. That's all of them are standing on one man's mandate. Cut of personality. Oligarchism. It's not capitalism that is going on. It's oligarchism. In oligarchism, capitalism is entrenched, well entrenched. In oligarchism, fascism, in fact, oligarchism is equal to capitalism plus fascism. Fascism plus capitalism is what brings about oligarchism. And oligarchism portrays a cult of personality because it won't make everybody worship him. It won't make everybody honor him. It won't make everybody they look up to him. He's not ready to look up to people. People don't matter. He wants people to matter. He wants people to look up to him, that he is the one that matters. That's why if you say anything like Showore call Tinubu a criminal, Tinubu, according to the DSS, Tinubu no send the message. But what? They our organic, you can. And as usual, Showore is always ahead of these folks. They already know. Now Nigerians don't want to know. Showore is where if Showore says something, we were in a meeting, liberation chat. We were in a meeting with Showore. Showore said, "Don't worry about me. Don't worry." I think we were talking about Sahara Reporter too. He said, "Don't worry about Sahara Reporter. Sahara Reporter can defend itself. Don't worry about me. I can." He's ahead. When he says something, everybody will confuse. You can't be revolutionary. That was why I asked that guy in that space. Are you a revolutionary? You don't have the moral ground or upstanding or any, you don't have it to come and question our action that you don't know anything about. Now, it is something you know something about, you question. It is what you know something about, you question. If you don't know something about something, you will ask questions. You will not come. And this is what I was trying to challenge. One of our comrades, I don't know, I'm seeing him for the first time. He's also telling us that we should be calm and cool and tolerant. I don't understand. Why are we like this? You know nothing about us, but you are willing to come and condemn us. You must be foolish. Tell me, people. And I'm so sorry if I'm taking people's time. I've really missed talking, really. Tell me, people. You don't know anything about football. You have no knowledge about football. How can you, when you get any knowledge about football, come begin to condemn how person they play the football? Say he supposed use strategy, he supposed kick can like this, why he pass on like that? Okay, football, everybody knows something about football. Me, I used to be a national squash player. Me now, where we say I be professional squash player before. Seun Ayilara, my comrade, where they here. He never played squash before. He probably don't know anything about squash before. He never sit down say he won't go watch squash game before. Same with liberation chat. I now show you, or I show you how we want to play our squash game. You will now come and say, no, use another strategy. Don't play it. Something you know nothing about. That was why I asked that honest question. Are you a revolutionary? Because what we are bringing about is revolution, for crying out loud. It has nothing to do with your reformist mentality that has never yielded any fruit for us. C'est fini. We are not interested in issue. We are not issue-based Nigerians. We are not issue-based. We are system-based. That is why we call for a revolution in this nation. And when we talk about revolution, it's up to Nigerians to decide the pathway to that. Our peaceful movement is not a principle, but a tactics. If you want us to go ballistic, we go ballistic. But are we ready for it and the outcome of it? We should ask ourselves before we do and engage in it. I can continue talking, bro, but let me stop here for now. My time has really run out. Thank you so much for having me on the space. I think I can still be on the guest section, but I have a couple of minutes to be driving very soon. Thank you so much. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you so much. Thank you, OIA, very much for taking our time to address our audience today. And the audience are glad to have you. And of course, so sorry that some of our speakers are also experiencing, unstable network. And of course, without further ado, let's pass the mic to Adeige, then we'll return back to Shinwa Ilara. Adeige, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here, my comrade. Thank you so much. Wonderful. OIE has, just set it off. People get it confused. And I think I was doing a study the other day trying to understand the chronic situation of the middle class person, this Peter Obi supporters, people who say they want Nigeria to change, but they are looking at a Nigeria where, they can have one of the same oppressors in power, then they can be happy. It's these professionals, the small business owners, civil servants, academic, all the media professionals, the influencers, and all these people, and they benefit from the existing system. That's why, and any form of instability will make them, they are scared of instability, right? They're afraid of falling into poverty, and most of all, They aspire for upward momentum. They aspire for upward momentum. They are hoping one day that they will rise up to the position of these people that they love so much. You know why he has established that it is pretty clear that these people are in love with the establishment. You know, even though they might say some things to make it look as though they want a change, but when you look at their actions, you see otherwise. Just like how you can see with a person like Peter Obi, for example, who says he wants change in the system, but he has no problem aligning himself with criminals. He has no problem aligning himself with people who he has said are part of the criminal structure. Verbatim. That's what he called them. Criminal structure. But all of a sudden, the criminal structure is appealing for you to align yourself with. You know, what they want, his so-called followers, the obedient, they are just, they want a cleaner elite. They don't want to end elite rule. They want a more competent looking guy that can make sure that, okay, the largesse is enough to go around because they are closer to it. They want a kinder capitalists. They are looking for a capitalist that has mercy. And they are forgetting that there's no such thing. A capitalist does not have mercy because a capitalist is profit driven. In fact, the capitalist itself is in a system that is profit driven. This system is agnostic. It does not know you by tribe, it does not know you by religion. All it knows is profit. And what it wants is profit. And anything in its way to get profit, including you taking out. That's the system that these people want to romanticize. That's the system that they are pushing for. They cannot see themselves as a revolutionary class. They want stability. They want predictability. They want that they want that access to people who are at the top, aristocracy. They want to maintain that class. They do not want separation from the elite class because they look forward to future benefits from that class. They want a class system to maintain in such a way that they can exploit people lower than them and they can still benefit from the system perpetually. So it is hard for them. It is hard for them to say they want a revolution to happen because they do not want a change of system because they are beneficiaries of the system. They are benefactors of the same system. So in times like this, in revolutionary times, times like this, very, very delicate time, we have to be clear. There's no room for compromise. Because now, if you've noticed, at last 2 years thereabout, anytime you talk on a space with these people, they make it clear that you are not the same as them. But if you have noticed of late, most of them are saying we want the same thing. We want the same thing. You ask them, some of them will say they too are revolutionary. Like the one this morning that they asked, do you know what revolutionary means? He could not define revolutionary. He wants to know your own type of revolution so that he can tell you his own type of revolution. And it was answered promptly that there is only one type of revolutionary. Because there's only one system that we are going against. There's one system that we're going against. So if you're a revolutionary in the Nigerian context, talking about politics, then you must be against the system. You must be working towards the total overall of a system that ensures that some people have so much surplus and some people have little. It is a stupid and backward system. It is not a system that pushes for equality or justice. If you remember, not too long ago, during the time of snake swallowed money, dragon carried money, rat ate money, they found over $240 million or something cash inside the house in Lagos, if you remember. When they found different denominations, they had cash, they had pound sterling, they had dollars, they had naira, they had pound sterling in that same house. They later found out that the owner of the house is one man like this in the government. During the time when they were about to prosecute the man and his wife ran out of the country. Today, that man and woman, they are back into the country and they've come to collect a new ambassadorial position. You just showed us Mahmoud Yakub. Somebody has done 10 years, 2015 to 2025. Someone who has done 10 years. He reached 1 month before the end of the tenure. He talks say he resign. Is that not a joke? You've done 10 years. Telling me that you're not resigning. And then when this is someone who has been at the helm of some of the most corrupt elections that we've had in this country, some of the most unjust elections we've had in this country, after asking for over 500 billion.
So the INEC chairman did not wait for his
Asking for
tenure
over
to
500
finish.
billion to create a free and fair, to create an environment for a free and fair election. You were given the money. 500 billion went into infrastructure for election, and nothing. We could not see anything from that same system. We still have the same. If we had the same problems we had before we gave you the 500 billion. After giving the 500 billion, the same problem we complained about before the 500 billion is the same problem we complained about after the 500 billion. What that means is that you have just wasted 500 billion. And then he's allowed to, in fact, he's not even allowed, he's rewarded with an ambassadorial position. He said he's doing it in order to have smooth transition. So there was no proper method of even identifying the next person who would be. He just decided, okay, we're going to give this to this next person and this next person. How does the presidency appoint the head of the independent? Independent in its name. What we see is that the INEC is not independent. The INEC is really dependent. The INEC is heavily dependent. So it cannot make its own decisions. Because how do I say, okay, I'm fighting with somebody, I call my father and mother to come and be the judge. And then when everything comes out, I say that, okay, this is justice, that we have done justice when the results come out. This is how they scam Nigerians. And Nigerians sit down and fold their hands. I can't remember, I don't think we've had any election in Nigeria that is free and fair. We've not. Because history tells us that the very first election we even had in this country for our so-called independence was not a free and fair election. And then after that, we'll continue to have military junta after military junta, military junta after military junta, and then we'll now come to the so-called democratic, Fourth Republic, where they went, pick somebody from inside cell, swear the person in without constitution. Continue to just rule the country anyhow. From then on, we've entered another new phase of so-called democracy. Is this a democracy? Nigerians need to wake up. See, this is not a matter of you want to win an election. I always tell people, someone was saying that someone was asking a question today about Showore. I say, why is Showore not changing his tactics? Why is he not changing his tact? I want to reply the guy, but I was the co-host, so I have to be, but I know so I go do justice. I just have to just hold myself. But because I be co-host for that space. I wanted to reply, but I know so I go reply. I wanted to tell him, I said, why, first of all, you have to think, why is Showore shouting up and down Nigeria for revolution in the first place? Because there's a problem, a fundamental problem with the institution. That's why Showore has to come up in the first place. If the country was going good, there would be no need for Showore. And then the Showore came outside saying the truth that, look, these people he's saying the exact same thing all of us say to ourselves when we meet ourselves on ground, which is our Nigerian politicians are stealing our money, they are ruining our lives. He is saying it loudly. You people say he should not say the truth again, that he should keep it in his mind. That he should keep it in his mind. And then he should pretend and dance to fit the public. See, if Nigeria becomes...
What are you sure
Nigeria
that
is doing well
Atiku and
today,
PDP are?
Showore doesn't need to be the president. In fact, you will not even hear of a Showore. Maybe he would have been busy doing his journalism in peace. Maybe he would have been busy doing what he went to school to study. But people have to leave their career. He is a reliability expert. Shemayala, from what I know, is a scholar, is a teacher. Liberation Chat, he's a dry cleaner here. He takes care of clothes, at least that, to the best of my knowledge. I know that, and he's a musician as well. This is what we would have been doing ideally. For don't they do anything we love to do, but no, we have to carry the problem of Nigeria on our back as well. We have to now bring those skills to fix the country. people lying, telling us that no, the person who can bring about liberation is Tinubu, who we already know is part of the elite class. Clear. That one will be what you need to talk about. Just go and look at, if you want to know how valuable you are to Nigeria, just go and look at the Nigeria 2026 budget, and then you see that they will rather spend money on cars than they will spend on your healthcare. They will rather spend more money on cars than they will spend on your safety. They will rather spend more money on cars than they will spend on your education. So if you need to know if you are really valued by the system, just look at the budget, follow the money. You know that these people don't care about you. Okay, we all know that Tinubu is a corrupt drug baron, according to Reno Omokri, his own ambassador. We all know that. You're not telling us that the people that can save us are the likes of Atiku and Peter Obi. I remember when we were talking about this thing last year, when we said that Peter Obi said Atiku is his other brother. Obedience come and say, he never said that. He only said this is my learned colleague. He says he never said that. Look, he has said it again. He has doubled down. These are my brothers, these are my family members. When we tell you about class interest, Peter Obi said, and he now went forward to say, he did not just say that these are my brothers. He said, if all those people that are insulting them, that are saying the truth that these people are criminals, he now called those ones criminals. He called his so-called obedient, now called them criminals on behalf of the known criminals. Nigerians are too stubborn. They are too stubborn. They cannot just agree. They want to. This is willful ignorance. They will rather continue in this perpetual suffering than for them to say, okay, let us change the entire system, because they don't want the system to change. So we know that you don't want the system to change, and we will not compromise for you. I used to think that, okay, maybe some of these people are unaware, or maybe some. No. Now I'm very clear. No, these are times where we must draw the line for political correctness, so that when we look back and we say, did we not tell you? Because it's going to get there. You see the way the system works. It must get there. It must get there. And if we are trying to sugarcoat our words to please some people, to make them say they want it, then these people they will have free reign over us. We can't allow that. We must be politically clear, ideologically clear. That's why Showore will not change his tactics, because he cannot afford to come and roll in the mud with pigs. If Showore changed his tactics today, if Showore compromised today, that is the end of Showore in the revolutionary space. And that is how honest we are with ourselves. It's not a matter of St. Peter Obi that called somebody criminal structure. All of a sudden, your learned colleague is your senior brother. No. And then everybody will now say, when you are playing politics, you have to do this thing in order to win. These are some of the things. You are not aware of political context. You don't know how to play politics. Someone has just said it, and I will reiterate it again. What I just said, I will reiterate it again. Politics is not a game. It is life and death. It is life and death, and it is because you are safe. Most of these people, because you feel like you are safe now, that is why you have the ability to be talking and say, it's just a game. We have to play the game. Let me have this last dance. In this same system where people are dying day in, day out, look at the people of Makoko. Look at the people of Makoko and Oworoshoki. They demolished their house. After they demolished their house, these are people who campaigned for APC. And mind you, these are people who campaigned for APC. After collecting change here, they came and took their livelihoods away from them. They demolished their house. The people tried to walk up to the government and say, look what you have done. What did they do to them yesterday? The words of Asari Dokubo, they tear gas them. Oppression. You demolish their house, you still beat them again. Why are you talking? Shut up, don't cry. Why are you talking? Don't say anything, keep quiet. Begging in your own country. You are begging for livelihood. Those people are people that should be living on land. They pursue them from land to on top of water. Say these people went and they have found peace on top of water. You went on top of the water to destroy their house again. What really do you want from the Nigerian people? If you don't want them dead, if that is not your plan, to see them absolutely eradicated. It's not the first time. They are doing it around. They are doing it everywhere. They are using terrorists and radical groups to do it in the north. They are using their police and their thugs to do it in the west and in the east. They do it everywhere. They're doing it in all parts of Nigeria. They're trying to eradicate you. If you think I'm lying, just go and take a look at the new health deal that your president has signed with the US, where they say that your population growth is a problem for the US. The fact that you are growing as a people, your numbers are becoming too much. Waiting concern US, it concern our population numbers. This is not a thing that started today. This is something that started in 1975 from the Kissinger files, where they have already been talking about how they need to reduce our population because our population growth is becoming a threat to them. They are enacting it now in 2025 through your own presidency. So as OIA talk, the first one, they don't carry your what's in the column. They don't. First of all, your president don't sign tax. France don't carry your tax. They help you do your tax. They don't carry in terms of finance. They don't hold that side. France don't hold finance. US don't hold your healthcare system. Turkey don't hold your security system. They sell you out to the highest bidder. Whoever is willing to pay the money, just come and carry anything you want to take. Come and do anything you want to do in the country. Tinubu has not put this same focus to look. He has not put this focus to look internally to see what he can do to develop Nigeria from the inside. He's always going outside to go and beg for arms. And they say that Nigeria, the people who ruin the image of Nigeria the most are our political leaders or political rulers or political misrulers. They are the ones who ruin the image of Nigeria the most. They go hat in hand, begging everywhere. They beg IMF, beg World Bank, beg USA, beg Britain, beg France, beg Turkey. We are begging Turkey. What does Turkey have that we don't have? That we don't have in terms of capacity, in terms of natural resources? What is the population of Turkey? What do they have that we don't have? But just because interest of the political class, interest of the people who insist that they will have majority of the resources in their control and the means of production, and then the minority will have that, and then the majority will have little to nothing to scramble amongst themselves. That is why we're always fighting ourselves every time, fighting amongst ourselves, pushing ourselves. These people, when they are together, they are cordial. There's no reason to fight. They have enough to share. Leave us scramble amongst ourselves. This is how this is basic prisoner tactics. This is prisoner tactics. You throw the small meat inside, let all of them kill themselves to get the small meat. Someone described it. He said he was talking about his village. He said in his village they train dogs. They will train dogs. The dogs will go with the hunter into the bush. When they get
What
into
are
the
you
bush,
sure that
the dogs
Atiku
will
and
sniff out
PDP?
the scent. The dogs will chase down the animal. The dogs will surround the animal. All the hunter has to do is to go. They will even injure the animal. All the hunter has to do is go there and give the finishing blow. When he gives the finishing blow, the dogs are happy. The dogs are excited. The hunter carries the animal, goes home. The dogs are left outside. He killed the animal inside his house, remove all the meat from the animal. The dogs are there outside. The cold. They cook the food, they eat the meat. The dogs are there outside. Then at night time, what do? They carry the bone. After they have removed all the meat from the bone, they throw the bone outside for the dogs. The dogs will even be fighting amongst themselves to even see. They will be enjoying themselves for one of them, or just one of them to hold that bone. That is the conditioning. Look at the animalistic psychology that they are using on us. Human beings, they are conditioning us to act like animals. They are activating our primal animal instinct. So we cannot see ourselves as human beings. That's why you hear somebody say that all those Hausa Hausa people that are going through the exact same suffering you are going through, you will hear and say, those Hausa people are the problem that we have. The other day, I heard someone saying that Niger and Chad and Mali is the problem of Nigeria. They look forward to blame the problem on everyone else except themselves. Never taking the opportunity to organize. Never accepting the invitation to be part of the organization. No. But if it's time to jump on the bandwagon of an oppressor, they are ever ready. Ever ready. And then they talk to you about winning as though winning is what we want in Nigeria. We are not looking at winning, we are looking at liberation. However, the liberation is going to come. That is why we have chosen revolution. Because we are sure, we know that revolution does not only come by voting. We know that there are other means. And eventually, it will get there. Because the Nigerian people will be pushed back to the wall. And as they are pushed back to the wall, we will be here to point out the truth to their faith, to tell them that, look, this is the only option you have. If you do not take this option, there's nothing left for you. Take this option. Take this option. And until Nigerian people take that option, continue to play around this useless merry-go-round, this foolishness of deceiving ourselves that we're obedient, we're articulated, we're batified, all because you want small money in your pocket. You're a poor man. You're a very poor man. Poor, not financially, you're poor in your mind. In your mind, for you to be a part of this system, you are poor in your mind. That is where the real poverty is. You sell out your children's future just because you want to collect how much, hoping that you move from one class to the other. Sell out. I'm sure these are the people that would have sold us out if this was the slave trade time. They would have sold us out. Same people now, because they are doing it again. Shame what we have to go through as Nigerian revolutionaries to talk to our so-called intelligentsias that have decided that no, because they of their own small agendas, they cannot. No. You see, the other one saying that it's too radical, it's too rough. What have we done that is rough? Oh, I tell them, we never. Have you ever seen AAC with God? No. Have you ever seen them say, let us carry cutlass? No. Every time you see the AAC, you see them hands in the air, microphone in their mouth, legs on the ground, talking and shouting. That is all we do. We have never gone violent. But every time we have engaged the system has been violent to us. That is what revolution is about. Because, see, revolution, whether you like it or not, in a revolution, blood must be shed. It is either the blood of the people who are being revolted against, or the blood of the people who are doing the revolting. And every time we go out to speak on behalf of our people, to organize, to agitate for the people, with the people, well, what are we met with? Violence upon violence. Violence upon violence. Our blood is shed every time. The other time, Showore's hand was broken. Shed our blood every time. When you go and you say that Jesus died for you, people are here risking their lives for your sake.
What are you sure
You
that
open your mouth,
Atiku and PDP
you say that they don't have structure. It's high time. See, there's no time for. Before I used to think that these people, maybe many of them. No, and now I'm clear. I know that this is their position. And anytime I engage, we have to be ideologically clear that look, what you want is not the same thing we want. Don't try to taint it. What you want is you want a kind of capitalist. You want a system that you just want to loosen the collar on your neck just a little bit more. You're a slave and you just want to loosen the collar on your neck just a bit more. You don't want to take off the entire shackles. And some of us are saying we want to take it all off. We don't want it anymore. We are tired. We don't want to be slaves. We want liberation. We want freedom. So any of you when they hear my voice like this, AAC is the party. Go and sign up. Don't say we did not tell you. I'm telling you today. Sign up. Be a part of the movement. Because whether you like it or not, this revolution is coming. It will come. Because the system will fail and to fail and to fail again. And because people are like us are here, we'll always trigger the system. We'll always ask those hard questions. Where is the 210 trillion naira? How will 210 trillion naira go missing? Wow. Nobody say anything. Everybody firm. 210 million naira. And this is not the first. People make it sound as if this is the first time that they've stolen a lump sum of money in Nigeria. Was it not the Attorney General that we saw did 180 billion? Was it not the Attorney General saw do 180 billion? Is it not a Emefiele that they say have over 700 properties? So the stealing is in every time. It happen. Every regime. Where is the money going to? Who is now stealing the money? Put money in your care. The money is missing. You don't know where it's gone to. What do you go bring out the money? You'll not be saying.
Are my friends not entitled to be enriched?
Some of us are not here to see
and leave it
because we're
in
not here to
ruins as they
romanticize
have.
the system. No, all of you don't want to romanticize the system. Cool, that's good and fine. We know where you are. We are calling you out. We know you, so that later you cannot come and try and pretend like you were not a part of this error. We know them. We still love the system. We don't love the system. We are diametrically opposed to the system. It is a stupid and backward system. Thank you, Liberation Chat. That's all I have to say.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed, Adenki, for that very straight, direct, and very clear statement that you have spoken. And of course, you have given the members of the public an option to choose from. Just as the particular sacred book will say, I have put before you life and death, but I would advise you to choose life. And you've basically instructed and basically explained yourself why you want Nigerians to take a certain decision, and you are leaving it bare whether or not Nigerians want to really choose life, or perhaps choose freedom, or remain in servitude. The choice is theirs. And of course, the reason why um, this rhetoric is being displayed is very simple. The reason is because we can observe that many Nigerians that are still very much in love with the system, mm, without any doubt, without any doubt. And of course, if that is the problem, that many Nigerians still are sympathetic to the current politicians, then how are we going to make any form of progress? What is the way out? And of course, and the very same people that are sympathetic with the system, they are the ones that will come and say, Shore need to change the strategy. He needs to behave like a chameleon. You don't tell them what you want to do. All right, even having make that recommendation to Shore, it's not as though they are still going to support him. They are just basically trying to cash fund, or perhaps
They
pretend.
want to satisfy their selfish desires. They want him to be like them. They have come out previously to say they want a change in Nigeria, and they were willing to sell themselves, to prostitute themselves to the political elites. So what they want is for Ishore to prostitute himself as well, so that everybody can say we are together. That's why you hear them say make statements like, if it was you, will you not take it? If it was you, will you not do it? No. If it was me, I will not do it. I am not like you. I am not corrupt. These are people who are corrupt. These are people who are willing to close their eyes if they see people selling and buying votes in front of them. These are people who, if Peter Obi decides tomorrow that he wants to start selling votes, they will contribute to buy votes, they will contribute. They will say that is the way the game goes. They will say that is politics. So they want Ishore to play politics. They want him to sell himself as well. He cannot do that. The system we are trying to build cannot be built on lies and camouflage. It can only be built on truth and justice. And that is why Shore cannot compromise, because truth is what will take us there. The system of capitalism is a system of lies. And the sad part is that these people think they are thinking. And it's very hard to convince someone who thinks he's thinking that he's not thinking. It's a shame. It's a shame. People are liars and they're coons. We've seen them before. House Negroes, we've seen them before. We've seen them. We will continue to stay clear. These are the times where the ideological debates come up. And ideology is not void on its own. It comes from interest, personal interest. It's not void. We have our interest. We want our interest is directly aligned with the interest of the everyday Nigerian. Their interest is directly aligned with the political class. And they will be exposed. They think they can hide forever. They think Nigeria will continue like this forever. No. They'll be exposed. The time is coming.
And of course, well, these are so-called doctors, those that are very, very educated. And that was what I was very clear in the other space when I said we have figured out that there's a certain demography of Nigerians, a certain demography of Nigerians who know better but do not, for one reason or the other, choose not to do better. And if we are to do some level of evaluation based on raw data, and of course, if we are to look at exposure, because one of the things that would guide decision is exposure. Let me repeat that again. What guides decision is exposure. And to a large extent, if you are to factor the Nigerian population and the level of those, the number of those that have access to the internet, and of course, if you have to factor in the fact that having access to the internet is most likely also very much tied to exposure, and also factor in the number of Nigerians based on shared data. There are about 25 million Nigerians who use the internet, and look at 25 million compared to over 200 million. That's about 10% of Nigerians have access to the internet. The vast majority of Nigerians do not. And of course, you have to factor in, as I said, that internet having access to the internet increases your chances of being exposed exponentially. And then from that 25 million, let's even take let's look at 10% of 25 million. That is 2.5 million people. Assuming that these 2.5 million people use the internet and use their critical thinking skill to verify those what constitutes or what should be the leader that can really bring about the kind of change that they want in Nigeria. The data will most likely point them to someone like Showore. But also, they are allowing themselves to be conditioned to believe that Showore is not popular. Hence, their rejection of Showore. Pulling them back to the establishment politicians that are responsible for the very same thing that is going on in Nigeria. Pulling them back to the establishment politicians who are seemingly popular. And of course, it has to also be, we have to also ask that these guys, they know their numbers on the internet, they know that they are much. Yet, they don't want to use this number to popularize the so-called unpopular but qualified individual or political institution like African Action Congress, whose rhetoric is most likely about liberation. And of course, if you ask these individuals what constitutes their submission, is something around the lines of enough is enough. Nigeria has had corrupt politicians, something along the lines of the terrible situation in Nigeria, meaning that they also want liberation, or for instance, they want things to change in Nigeria. But their action is validating the continuation of the political hegemony. And that is the quagmire that we find ourselves. And of course, they have seen politics as a game of numbers. But somehow they have refused to turn their eyes away from what the data is saying about their own numbers. And I've reviewed what data is saying about the number is that, well, let's even assume that it's not all internet users that will be interested in politics. Let's factor that into the fray of 25 million Nigerians using the internet. Let's assume like, let's say 7 to 8 million people by just exposure should be interested in politics. And that 7 million is a big number. It can constitute a voting bloc to really challenge the status quo if they really want to challenge the status quo. But they are looking at the vote of vulnerable people. They are looking at the vote of those that can be offered money and they will koto immediately. Immediately. So you now begin to question, I would question their intelligence really. That if you are intelligent, you should really use what is really, really obtainable, those that cannot be bribed. And of course, anyone who can come to the internet, maybe on X or on YouTube, have some level of financial capacity to reject, or perhaps the intellectual capacity to know better to reject what cannot really be. You cannot compare it. How can you compare 10,000 naira compared to 4 years of pains and suffering? This is common sense. That even if, let's assume, the market women on the street cannot understand that common sense, how about you that you have access to YouTube and X and Instagram? What excuse can we make for you? That is where me I'm looking at this whole thing from. I don't know where you are looking at it from, dear viewers. Feel free to use the link on your screen to come into the studio. Feel free to drop a comment on either X or YouTube. All right, these are the channels of communication that we have left open, because this is not an echo chamber where it is just by just some certain set of people. This is the Nigerian people's platform, the oppressed people's platform. And from the news getting to us like a breaking news, just to tell you how rotten this system is, and of course why Nigerians should reconsider their decision of playing the games with the rigors of the system, because the politicians have rigged the game against the people. 26 Osun state legislators will spend 1.3 billion naira on international travel, 700 million, and sitting allowance 600 million, making a total of 1.3 billion. That is 7 times more than the state ministry of health we spend on drugs and medical supplies purchases, total of 180 million for 4.5 million Osun citizens. I hope you get the magnitude of this scale of corruption, that elected officials want to spend 1.6, 1.3 billion on international travel, while that is just like the amount that they want to budget for health, medical supplies and drugs for the citizens. So they want to spend more on travel than the entire people of Osun State want to spend on drug and medical supplies. Think about it. This is just 28 or 26 politicians. 26 politicians want to spend more money on travel. This is just travel alone. They want to spend more money on travels than what the entire population of Osun State want to spend on medical supplies and drugs. Yet, these same Osun people, if their governors just if their governor just dance a few downstairs and crack a few jokes, they are carried away. They are carried away. Once he shouts Imole, they become carried away, and they will most likely vote him into power again. And now Imole is now in our court party. He has left PDP. They could not put PDP together again. PDP is now in disarray. A party that one claims to be the largest in Africa. What does that tell you about the Nigerian politicians? They can only destroy, they cannot build. They do not have the habit or perhaps the culture of building systems that would outlive them. They only build system that they can benefit from. Let me give you an example. It takes wisdom for someone to plant a tree. Okay, this tree is not for me. I am planting it for my children unborn, so that it will not only produce what they can eat in terms of fruits, perhaps let's say mango tree, it can act as a shade for them in a scorching sun. When there's heat, they can put something under it and sleep peacefully without any form of heat. It will produce oxygen for the community, and the community can also pick from the fruit. That is a man that builds system. A man that is very much interested in his own personal something will say, okay, take this money, go and buy me mango, go and buy me 20,000 naira worth of mango, and let us all eat. Let me have a big portion of it and share it with you, and let us eat immediately and forget about it. But that same 20K will buy a seedling that can put a tree in every home in the whole community. But our politicians, all they care about is their immediate their immediate benefit. They do not care about the benefit of everybody. They do not think about collectivism. It's about their individual benefit. Only them, only them. And they do this in open glare. The population are seeing them do this. And they are basically saying, yeah, we're there for your back. We are for you. No problem. We are going to keep voting for you. We will keep adopting one of you as lesser evil and support. We would never support anyone that has fought for us, that has struggled for us, that has basically been dealt with on our behalf. We don't have those ones will not be popular. We don't want to popularize those ones that will put themselves in harm's way for us. No, we want to only popularize and keep expanding the popularity of some of you that we have popularized. Our fathers have popularized you. We also want to popularize you. Doesn't it break your heart when you look at it? Breaks my heart when I tune into spaces and I see my age mates supporting and popularizing Atiku Abubakar, someone that my father also popularized, my parents popularize, and they also expect me to popularize, especially when there's so much indictment on his head. Especially when there's so much indictment on his head, and you can prove it beyond every reasonable doubt. You can see it on the screen. What he and his principal Obasanjo did during their time in office. During their time in office, you can look at your screen and see 16 billion naira. All right, let's take it even one after the other. Let's take it one at a time. One at a time. All right, and I'll back the video a little bit. All right, or let me just play the video in its entirety and let us just listen to it. All right.
Taking and converting Nigeria's assets and commonwealth between. What are you sure that Atiku and PDP are after? Taking and converting Nigeria's assets and commonwealth. Between 1979 and 1998, Nigeria invested about $100 billion to establish public enterprises. 60 16 years of PDP and Atiku ensured these assets were sold for a meager $1.6 billion to themselves and their cronies at ridiculously giveaway prices. Obasanjo and Atiku sold the Aluminium Smelter Company of Nigeria, Alscon, Ikotabasi, worth $3.2 billion for a paltry sum of $130 million. They also sold Delta Steel Company worth $1.5 billion to a company that did not participate in the bidding process for $30 million. Nitel was stripped bare of its multi-billion dollar assets by companies masquerading as genuine investors but were basically fronts for successive PDP government officials. The racket involving Nitel's assets was the subject matter of the criminal investigation of U.S. Congressman Jefferson's bribe to Atiku when he was vice president that culminated in his conviction by an American court. Name them all: African Petroleum, Nikon Insurance, the power distribution companies, all sold to cronies for peanuts. All these enterprises are inefficient and have sacked a lot of workers without pension. Abubakar Atiku, the man who superintended over the failed and corrupt privatization process between 1999 and 2007, has promised to sell the NNPC if he becomes president.
The long and short story is that I am committed to privatizing NNPC. I said it.
The question is to whom and at what cost? Without a doubt, it is clear that Atiku and PDP want to come back to continue from where he stopped in 2007. Atiku is after buying NNPC for himself, using cronies who would milk this valuable national asset dry.
Are my friends not entitled to be enriched?
And leave it in ruins as they have done to previously privatized companies. Nigerians, be wise. What are you sure that Atiku and PDP are after? Taking and converting.
Yeah, this particular program is saying Nigerians be wise. This very expose is challenging Nigerians to be wise, and wisdom is profitable to direct. Wisdom is profitable to direct. And in street language, they go talk say them no they tell madman say rain before. Yeah, and of course it is left for Nigerians to decide, having been exposed to these facts and history of one of the major coalition member, Atiku Abubakar. And of course, who is the patron of ADC? Guess who is the patron of ADC? Olusegun Obasanjo. So and some Nigerians still expect anything to come out of ADC. Some Nigerians are even tuning into their coven now. I will tune into their coven now because many Nigerians still believe anything substantial can come out of ADC. And of course, ADC is also hoping that they are going to win in a game that is rigged for all players, including them. Tinubu is playing a very higher game here, and ADC think they can play. And of course, Nigerian people want to side with ADC for popularity reason, to unseat in terms of revenge, a revenge vote against APC. ADC is not talking about any plan to fight for their mandate after the election, but we have AAC and Shore saying that they have a plan to shut down the system and bring about justice to reclaim their mandate even after the election. And Nigerians are saying, no, we don't want to. We don't want to, you are not popular. All right, so this is the situation of things, and I'll be more than willing to tune into the to other people's um, space to listen to them. Oh wow, really? Okay, I think there's no ADC space going on. I want to believe, but that would mean that, well, they have been running spaces for 24 hours, non-stop. Maybe perhaps they have to just take that recess. That recess is very much needed. And that is the reason why we also have to be very much active at what we do. We, the conscious Nigerians, unless you don't want to, you know, you don't want to see yourself as a conscious Nigerian. If you are a conscious Nigerian and you do not, you are fed up of the establishment and their games, you are fed up of the system that they have put in place to ensure the continuity of their shenanigans, then you are in the right place. And of course, if you have not subscribed to our YouTube, kindly do that now. It's very, very important. It helps us grow. And of course, it also helps us continue doing what we have to do. Let's take a listen to this soundbite
So
again.
the INEC chairman did
Um,
not wait for his
and we'll
tenure to
take it
finish
from
and
there.
he hurriedly resigned. It seems something was chasing him. Wait, let me give you the summary of everything that has happened in INEC, how he resigned, who he handed over to, and a little background of the new INEC chairman. Wait, let me explain.
Having been privileged to serve the commission for 10 years,
That's Mahmoud
only
Yakubu.
a few more weeks to serve, I've taken a decision and conveyed same as provided by Section 306, subsections 1 and 2 of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 as amended. In the interim, I am handing over to one of the most senior national commissioners by date of appointment. Following consultation with other national commissioners, Mrs. May Agbamuchembu will serve in acting capacity pending the appointment of a substantive chairman of the commission.
So on the 7th of October 2025, the former INEC chairman Yakubu Mahmood tendered his resignation letter to the president that he no longer want to continue as the INEC chairman. Remember, his tenure will expire in November, meaning that he still have 1 month to still be the chairman. But the question is, why did he hurriedly resign before the expiration time? Now, according to Yakubu, he
That's
said that
clear.
he resigned earlier before his tenure expires so that they can have smooth transition to the next INEC chairman. That is what he said. Now, in case you don't know, Mahmoud Yakubu has been the INEC chairman since 2015 till 2025, making him one of the longest serving INEC chairman in Nigeria history. Mahmoud Yakubu conducted the 2019 general election that brought Buhari into office. He also conducted the 2023 general election that brought Bola Ahmed Tinubu into office. Now, in 2025, Mahmoud Yakubu bowed out from office. Although many people might not like him, many people might like him, depending on the angle you are looking at him from. Now, here are some innovative that Yakubu brought into INEC when he was in office. It was Yakubu that introduced the beavers and also electoral transmission, which many people said that after introducing those things, that he did not maximize it and did not use it well, which put him on the spotlight of criticism and also many people hating him for his bad job done, according to what people are saying, not my opinion, which many people are attributing to 2023 general election, which he complained of many glitches that happened in presidential election, which did not affect the gubernatorial, senatorial, and House of Representative election, only the presidential election. That is what people are saying. So why Yakubu stepped down on 7th of October 2025, he can't just leave the office space. In ensuring a smooth transition and handing over, Yakubu cannot just step down and leave the office vacant. He needed to hand over to the most senior commissioner officer in INEC, which is Mrs. May Agbamuche Mbu. Yakubu handed over to her on the 7th of October. While Mrs. May Agbamuche assumed the office as the acting INEC chairman, drama started. The court in Osun State issued the arrest of the former INEC chairman, which is Mahmood Yakubu. Now, this arrest warrant is coming from a political party which is called AA, Action Alliance, petition against the INEC chairman of his misconduct and not handling the electoral process well during the 2023 general election. Well, the Osun State court issued that arrest warrant. The INEC chairman and the commission had to settle the whole issue before it became too serious. That is why the public did not hear about that. So the INEC chairman was not arrested.
Interesting. The INEC chairman was not arrested. They had to settle it. And of course, isn't it about the public? The reason why the court issued the warrant in the first place isn't about giving an account of his stewardship while in office. So why would it be a backdoor settlement when court has already issued the warrant of arrest? If they explain Nigeria to you and you understand it, then something is wrong with you.
It means say you self the mad.
Obviously, because I'm finding it difficult to put the two and two together. That the court has issued an arrest warrant, and of course, things have to still be settled behind back end of things. You'll now be wondering what is going on here. All right, so moving forward, let's move things forward, and bear in mind the reason why he said he resigned a month before his or official time that or official tenure is because he said he wants a smooth a very smooth transitional process. Let's see what will eventually happen to the acting chairperson that was, that took his role while he resigned.
So the acting INEC chairman, which is May Agbamuche, is a lawyer. She is a lawyer and also known for integrity. That is what people are saying, that she has integrity. She is a good lawyer. She has not been compromised. She has not done that. She has not done that. So there's good reports about her. But the question is, will her tenure last? And her tenure did not last up to 48 hours when the president nominated
Her tenure did not last up to 48 hours.
It shock you.
The acting, you want to say something? Please proceed. Adeg.
I say it shock you. It no shock me. Oh.
Yeah, this your volume, man.
It, Omo,
Okay.
I'll join again. Carry on. I'll join again.
Yeah, please proceed. Oh, wow. Network. Let me wait for Adegi to come back. I really want to hear what he had to say. Pretty much. It's very important. I get that feedback from you. But what was I saying? I wanted to say the whole idea was to really ensure a smooth transition. That was why he resigned, so that there will be a smooth transition. But it turned out that it was just barely 48 hours that he resigned, that president appointed another INEC chairman. So now brings the question whether or not the reason of his resignation was actually for smooth transition, or somebody received a call that he had to do what he had to do. And of course, if it is a somebody received a call situation, you now begin to want to question the real independence of this commission. And this is the whole idea of what we're talking about, the topic. The whole idea of what we have been talking about, the topic. Yeah, the topic around playing a rigged game. When a game is rigged and uh, you have a people who want to keep playing this game that is rigged, and when all indication points to the fact that it is a rigged game, all indication pointing to the fact that it is indeed a rigged game, that there are hands behind the curtain pulling the strings, just like you have a magician. To the audience, they're not seeing the strings pulling, but there is indeed the strings pulling the whole thing behind the closed door. All right, or perhaps a people in front of a someone who actually operates a mannequin, and they are still believing that that mannequin itself is the one talking, not somebody controlling it. That seems to be the situation of things that we have in Nigeria. All indication points to the fact that INEC is not really independent, but you have a people who still believe that, you know the system is independent. You have a people supporting the very same politicians who want to play in the game, who want to play to the game of an independent electoral commission. But you also have a different candidate that is saying, I am not playing this game with you people. All right, we are going to participate in the election, quite all right. But I am not going there to actually play the game with you. I am there for the formalities, and of course, I will not be surprised if the system rigs it against me, and I'm more than willing to basically bring justice to the system. I am more than willing to shut the system down to bring about the supremacy of the people's mandates. You are having that person that said it on the screen right now. Do you know this individual? Do you know this party? Are you going to popularize this individual? Are you going to popularize this party? That is a question I will ask all the viewers across all platforms now, X and YouTube. Are you aware of this individual, Omoyele Sowore, a revolutionary, someone who wants to really bring justice to a rigged system in Nigeria? He wants to bring justice to a rigged system. Would you rather follow or support this individual, or you would rather support and follow those that really want to throw their hands up in the air and say they accept whatever it is that the system throws at them as the result? All right, very very important. Let's return back to status quo before they go stay at the campaign now. All right, this is not a campaign. This is just for educational purpose. Let's keep listening to this young man. I still have a couple of things to say as far as what
New
he's saying.
INEC chairman. So, dear Nigerians, behold your new INEC chairman, which is Professor Joash Ojo Amopiton. Is the new INEC chairman that will be taking the affairs of the Independent National Electoral Commission from now henceforth. He will be conducting every election that will be happening from now. Coming from the Anambra election, he will be overseeing all. So, if you need to hold anybody accountable, he should be the one. Now, let me give you a little bit background about Professor Joash. Professor Joash is a professor of law from the University of Jos, meaning say he has been teaching law, and he's also a son, senior advocate of Nigeria. Professor Joash is 68 years old, and he has been teaching law for over 30 years now, meaning say he has experience in law. So if you can,
I would like to say a thing or two on the senior advocate of Nigeria thing. Do not forget, Abubakar Malami, the former Minister of Justice, is also known as the Attorney General of the Federation. He's a senior advocate. Many would say, before he got into power, many would say, yeah, because he's a senior advocate of Nigeria, that made him qualified for the job. Now, this same senior advocate of Nigeria is basically being accused of embezzling over 210 billion naira with properties in Abuja and KB states. All right. He's currently still being questioned. And of course, the case is in the court. And recently, we understand that the court has granted him bail. Guess how much? 500 million naira. So, for as many as those of you that still believe that you can, having the tag senior advocate of Nigeria is something that guarantees integrity. Think again. Think again. You really need to think again.
election, you are not satisfied, you go court, you will see meet him there because he knows the law more than you going to the courts. Professor Joash is from the same North Central as the former INEC chairman, which is Mahmood Yakubu. So they are from the same North Central region of Nigeria. They share similar thing in common. Although people are worried that why picking people from the same region, North Central. Anyway, the reason why the INEC chairman is coming from North Central is because to balance the equation of power. You know, the president
to balance the equation of power, or to balance the equation of tribalism. eh? Let's
is from the
make we hear.
southeast, the Senate president is from south, and the way they share power now, I won't go into details, but you understand. So many Nigerians are also concerned that Professor Joash do not have any electoral experience.
No, before we move away from that, because this analyst talked about to balance the equation of power, and this is how our analysts in Nigeria have a way of speaking very fast, and they throw some of these things into our subconscious. They throw some of this rhetoric into our subconscious, and that forms our view, that forms our perspective, and that is quite serious. And that is why we are here. That is essentially what we are here for, to basically, recalibrate, to deprogram a programmed mindset. It is not to balance power. That is why they are giving it to another non-central person. Neither is it to balance tribe. They have to just consciously put that as a they have to actually do that to deceive the people, basically. You now begin to wonder whether or not they care about tribe, really. They do not care about tribe. They just have to do what they have to do. Because really, if you look at it in the history, by and large, we are still back to the same. It has not still addressed the issue of competence. This whole power game of tribe and Senate president is South, president is Southwest. Uh, what else again? The House of Assembly, the House of Representatives is this whole tribal game. How has it helped our project so far? So that is a question to you. Drop your comments in this comment section. If you want to answer that question, please feel free. If you want to come to the studio, please also feel free. This is the link to come to the comment. If you want to come into the studio, just type this link into your browser. It will bring you up, and you'll be able to have this conversation, because this is not indeed an echo chamber. This is everybody's platform. This is people's media, an oppressed people media platform, and there's no cap to it unless they want to put a cap on it on our behalf. Unless they want to cap it, and of course, we are already seeing some traces of shadow banning. We are seeing a reduction in our reach. We are already seeing that traces, but that will not stop us. All right, do not, at least for the record, even if it's one person that is watching our broadcast, and we are able to put all of these things in record, we are satisfied. We are going to have a very satisfied mind that all the resources in buying data, subscription, all of these things are justified. And the Nigerian people will not complain later in because later in, after 10 years when say that we had no alternative, there was no other alternative media that is giving us, that is providing alternative and genuine, wholesome, news, or perhaps rebuttal to the propaganda. We were just being fed with propaganda without any form of rebuttal or critical analysis. We want to eliminate that excuse. That is why we do what we do. So the, the question still stands: how has the tribal power play helped you and I? And if it has not helped you and I, does that not tell us that we need to start having another kind of philosophy away from the whole idea of tribal balance of power? We have to adopt maybe a competence oriented power, that it doesn't really matter who holds it, will be for merit and merit only. For merit and merit only. You see that we care so much about our tribe. We want to be attached to so much to the tribe and will remain where we are. Or we tribalize ourselves. That whoever it is that holds any position of responsibility is supposed to hold that position based on merit and is supposed to deliver. And it doesn't really matter where that person is coming from. It's either we take this current stand or we take the previous stand or the current system of things of you have to give it to any fool just to mate to balance tribal power play. It's all left for you and I. Or I have taken my own decision. Have you taken a decision? If you want to have a say, use the comment section and we'll read out your comments live and direct on any of the platforms. If you want to join us in the studio, use the link that you see on your screen, type it on your browser, type it very correctly on your browser, cross check and send. It will bring you into the studio here automatically and we'll be able to hear from you. You do have to agree with what we have to say. So let's continue with this soundbite.
Now, many people are also complaining that for him not to have any electoral experience, that make him perfect for the position because he will not know how to compromise or who to do that, that kind of thing, how to malpractice and all that. So because he doesn't have experience, so there is good and bad to it. He doesn't have experience, and if he has experience, it's also bad. But you be the judge in the comment section. Now, one of the biggest things about him is that a lot of testimonials are coming stating that he's a man of integrity and he doesn't compromise. And those who know him as the lecturer of law in University of Jos stating that he's not the kind of lecturer that you can bribe. He's not the kind of lecturer you can give pocket money to do something for you. That he has truth and integrity. Now,
How,
another thing
how
coming.
can we how can we verify that? Very important. Because if there are statements being made about him, it should be in the open space. If there are students that have gone under him and have made these testimonies, and they heard that their lecturer has been appointed as the next INEC chairman, I think the logical thing to do is to just make a selfie video saying, "Wow, I am so glad that this great, intelligent man was given this position. I was privileged to be a student at some point in time, and here is my experience about him, just to tell you that this is what I considered a step in the right direction, and this is a man that can be trusted because he's a man of integrity." And we should be able to see that kind of soundbite or video, because let's face it, we are in a era where one person will do a video to validate, to tarnish the image, or perhaps to say something positive about, and it will go viral. So we cannot find, of course, I'm referring to this content creator who's an analyst, and I respect his analysis, I respect him, but there should be videos out there by students of this man to validate this assertion. There should be at least one or two video of any of his students validating that yes, it is true. That brings me to a recent post of Omoyele Sowore talking about a particular copac that came to serve in his high school at the time. All right, and he was saying about how much of a disciplinarian that this man was, and he could not even forget, that he was even willing to meet with this man. And thankfully, people actually digged out the the social media account of this man for Shore, and Shore has reached out to the man. If you are a teacher and your student cannot give a testimony about you, then your reputation is under a doubt. There's a doubt to that credibility. So whoever is saying this, even if it's not video, we should be able to see maybe an Instagram comment or a post or a X comment saying, I'm really happy that this man has been appointed as the chairperson of INEC, and I have gone under his tutelage. I was once a student, and he's a very great man of integrity. Our class, my classmates can pretty much testify to that. So it is what it is. But if there are no any indication and you just said this, then you are leaving room for doubt, with due respect.
Is that many reputable Nigerians are complaining, and some lawyers are complaining, that the president should not have a right to appoint a electoral chairman. That if the
Yes,
president appoints a electoral
that
chairman, it
also
can also somehow be
many
compromised, because the
Nigerians believe
appointee
that.
can also want to do something, to favor his boss that appointed him. So the
Absolutely,
power
that
of
makes sense.
appointing
That
the
is what the
electoral chairman should
president.
leave the president and be independent, the way the name implies, which is Independent Electoral Commission, INEC. Now, in summary of everything I just said right now is that Mahmoud Yakubu, the former INEC chairman, has stepped down after 10 years in office. Mrs. May Agamuche Mbu became the acting INEC chairman, which did not last up to 42 hours. The president of Nigeria, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, appointed the new INEC chairman, which is Professor Joash Amupiton. So Nigerians are currently watching to know if truly INEC will be independent or not. Anyway, this is the summary of everything that.
Thank you so much. Nigerians are watching whether or not INEC will be independent or not. But but
Thing that has
it is very, very clear. With all indication that with all of these things that happened, this whole thing that just happened, I don't think, as far as I'm concerned, as a logical thinker, I don't know about my audience, and the audience can disagree with me. I have enough ground to worry of the independence of INEC. Let's read this comment by Edo King. Let's read the comment. The comment says, "Hello, Mr. Atiku. If your friends stand to benefit the most, what assurances do ordinary Nigerians have that they will not be left behind?" Yes, this is a valid question, a very valid question for that matter. All right, you are reaching your friends. How about some of us that are not your friends, including Edo King, including myself, and every other person that are not your friends? What plan do you have for us? And if it is about just few of your friends and not us, then we are in trouble. And if we are in trouble, why do we feel obligated to vote for you? And if all of these facts are staring at us in the face, why do many Nigerians who claim to be educated still want to say the best thing for us to do is to support a party that you're most likely going to emerge as its candidate, going by what you are doing? You don't already they share vehicle. Atiku is already sharing vehicles to share persons of the state chapters of ATC. Most likely, based on his history, he would most likely also share dollars to the delegates of the primaries. And he will most likely emerge and he can afford the form. The form will take not less than 50, 60, 70 million. So a poor man cannot aspire. And what is being poor a crime? Being not being able to afford 60 million naira form. All right. Does that really mean that I am not really qualified to aspire to become the president? And of course, that tells a lot to what would constitute their action in office. If anybody can spend that much to obtain nomination form, that tells a lot. Are they coming to serve? How much is the salary of a president in 4 years? And you now be wondering, are these people coming to serve or to steal? You be the judge. Be the judge in the comments, and you can see, just as I said, immediately I see your comments, I would read out. It will pop up in the studio and I'll read it out immediately. So that is that about, you know, the, and of course we'll draw the curtain here. In the absence of any more speakers, we have had a very robust conversation today, and we've had so much speakers that have joined in to have that conversation with us in the studio here. And our question to you would be, what is your take? What do you think? What do you really think about the, you know, rigged electoral system in Nigeria based on all of these realities that we have brought to your notice? There's a reality of the dependence of INEC to the executive, which brings the question of whether or not any party that wants to participate, because is if you are saying that we are a democratic country, then election is sacrosanct. So if election is sacrosanct, so as many as those that want to sell themselves to the Nigerian people that they want to serve, all right. So as many as those that want to sell themselves to the Nigerian people that they want to serve the Nigerian people, and they have recognized that the independence of the electoral umpire is in question. Are they going to still participate just for the sake of it, or they should have an exit plan They should have a plan B. And if they have a plan B, does ADC have a plan B to ensure that their mandate is not stolen? And if they don't have if they don't have a plan B to ensure that their mandate is not stolen, do we have parties that have a plan B? All right, to ensure their mandate is not stolen. Do you have a candidate or perhaps a personality like Showore and African Action Congress who are very, very clear on how they want to bring about, you know, and ensure that their mandate is not stolen? Or do you want to still submit your popularity? You want to still popularize an ADC who are who have proven to be spineless, a spineless opposition? Would you support a spineless opposition, or you support the sort of opposition that can actually ground the system, shut down a rigged system? That would be our question to you today. And of course, we anticipate your answers. Please drop your comments. If you have not subscribed to Civic Space channel, please do that now. If you have not liked this broadcast, like and share because it is recorded. And of course, what that means is that others will be able to see it. Others will be able to look at it and see all of and learn from the content. So thank you so much. It's 4 hours of streaming. And of course, if you have any questions, please ask us. We will be more than willing to answer you. And of course, our wish there are spaces going on that we can tap into. It would have helped us elongate or perhaps stay longer in this conversation. But I don't think there's any space. Okay, all right. I believe a space has started. So in that case, let's tune in. Proud, there's a particular space called Proud Criminal Obedient. Obi or nothing. Bolaji must go. This sounds interesting. This sounds interesting. So let's take a listen. And I would tune in into this particular. Let me just put us in a position to really listen in. Right? It's very important that we listen to our fellow Nigerians, and let's see how it goes. Let's see how that goes. Because we have a means of tuning in. So let's tune in. Okay, so let's go.
No, he wanted to repeat what he said. He David, repeat what he said.
Thank you so much for that. So listen to what I said, okay? When I came, the reason why I
No, we're not here for that.
you want to say what I
Don't repeat that phrase that has
yeah,
Okay, I'm gonna make a plea. Let this guy finish an entire thing. Then we move on and we respond to his submission. We can handle him. Let him finish. Let him speak for 1 minute and then correct it. Anything he has to say, we will counter it. But now we can't hear each other. Let him.
One condition, King David, you will run away. Not that you speak and run it, you will not run. So if you're not going to run,
Thank you.
you can have that question. But if you run, please let's know whether to freeze you or not. So, okay. Chidi and
What are you sure that Atiku and PDP are after? Taking and
corruption case. It's now a corruption case of police, but a corruption case of Atiku.
Interesting.
you see the way you are saying things to please yourself. Okay, but I see listen to what I said, right? I request the mic, I was on the listener section, okay? And once after, I think that guy has left today. He keeps picking out things about it's corrupt, picking out a lot of allegations. According to himself, there was an allegation. I requested for the mic. corrupt. Okay, AJ from, I don't know if you can hear me. AJ from nowhere and Tesla, they just come. I don't know what they do that, right? They say the Atiku is corrupt. Before we say that promising, Tesla keep posting tweets of double talk, right? So, and in midst of that, some of them were mentioning PO. I say, I don't want to bring PO in this. Because PO have said just yesterday, 2 hours ago, that anybody that will support the leaders in APC, they are criminals. That is not part of them. That is what brought about PO name in my mouth, right? And I keep stand by that. I will not make up PO name. I don't want to bring PO name to this. But if you say you have something to say, you want to debate about PO, I will suggest you go to it in a digital ground. Then we don't have people like AJ, Malam, and the rest of them. Then we don't have them. You want any
King David, nobody interrupted him. You can have the, I mean, you can have the, I am saying, it is not debate.
What do you want?
Remember, when you first talking, the guy made mention of Africa's corruption. Let's correct it.
What?
And you, what you reported from that, I remember you cannot, I cannot because some people cannot be making statements just to redirect, I mean, to confuse people on the stage or to say something that is not true. We are true. And I said, I didn't say this guy is lying about corruption. And I said, there are proofs everywhere. I have proof. In fact, I have a file of that USS report. And I said, I've given the petroleum sector and everything. There are links to all these things. And you said, how can you say that without a proof? Where is it? You said, no problem, I will post. I started posting some of them in Google. I said, in fact, if you want a link or you want the PDF file, I have it. And the conversation continued, the argument. And you notice in the argument, we were talking there in the back and forth. And the next one said, I don't want to bring POE. Don't let me bring POE. Oh, then kidding, the question for my, I said, you know what? You want to bring POE? I don't hear that. I don't need to bring POE. Remember the conversation we had. So meaning you're saying, POE corruption. This is what you want, right? And you're not challenging me. Are you ready for that challenge that POE corruption cases? And like me, I went on to that situation. And I thought, that actually corruption case, there's actually corruption. If you even want to one the no problem, let's pass on from it. You say you want to do POE and you have corruption, corruption cases. No, I don't know.
This should be very interesting.
By not bringing PO's corruption cases, that he's being kind about it, that he's being a gentleman about it, which is why Priscilla challenged you. Bring corruption cases versus corruption cases. And you have yet, I gave you the opportunity, I defended you, you have yet to respond on what was posted on the topic. In fact, I even went on to PD. I was like, you know what, let's not talk, let's do PD and group to talk, that let everybody remain me. If then the three, let everybody talk. Still, the few minutes you had, I mean, the few seconds, you were just talking, and if you want this thing, this program, who interrupted it? The last, I mean, just the last, who told you? People were tired. So if you really have that substance, or whatever you say, yes, you're ready. No, nobody is interrupting you. Nobody is talking now. Lay down your phone.
The title of this particular space is
when I'm talking anything I say, I have screenshots.
Proudly Criminal Obedience. That is the title. So let's take a listen.
Like just saying it. You see, I could bring post it. Too many posts, too many evidence. They are taking gates. It's too plenty. So, when you're talking, improving needs, you do it. Evidence is good. So, let's go. Are you ready? Is it corruption? So, no, it's corruption system. The PO challenge, that's what me I am interested in. And you open for it. And I promise you, nobody will interrupt you. Nobody, if you are ready.
Okay, before the guy, I want to take one. We have a wait, we have a request that I think if the guy wants to talk, you know what it is? Let's go to my so that other people can.
Yes, so King James, this is a 10-second question. With that, it's a 10-second question. Let me ask my question. I know it's just a question.
Chidi,
I'm calling
you get what?
you guys. Exactly.
Okay, Chidi. I don't know where corruption is.
No,
Right? But
wait,
listen. And now I just want to ask you one question. Madam Chidi, I've seen you in different states in various forums, right? If I'm asking direct question now, if what Cecilia put on that your show, if you agree that justifies that people is corrupt, I would love to engage you. If all those things he put here that he claims is evidence, he shows that people is corrupt, those things he put here, Madam Chidi, do before I've seen you before. Why I'm giving you that benefit of that is that I'm sure you spoke in other fora. I see that you are educated. If those things that you still have put on that your motion, if yeah,
your father, so who is not educated here? If you think then you are stupid. Who is not educated? You are very stupid. Your papa, your papa, idiot. You are very stupid. Because you are mad. Your papa is great.
Zaina, you tell me wait. Zena.
Zena now.
Flow. I'm hearing it. Zena.
The network will come back. As long as they are doing Pogo, it will come back.
It's still there. Do you have another device open on another screen?
Yeah.
Very loud.
You guys wait there. You come out here. Monday I'm here. And somehow wait. I'll pick you guys. I will want you to yes.
Of Nigeria, Ascon, Ikotabasi, worth 3. What are you sure that Atiku and PDP are after? Taking and converting Nigeria's assets and commonwealth. Between 1979 and 1998, Nigeria invested about $100 billion to establish public enterprises. 16 years of PDP and Atiku ensured these assets were sold for a meager $1.6 billion to themselves and their cronies at ridiculously giveaway prices. Obasanjo and Atiku sold the aluminium smelter company of Nigeria, Ascon, Ikotabasi, worth $3.2 billion for a paltry sum of $130 million. They also sold Delta Steel Company worth $1.5 billion to a company that did not participate in the bidding process for $30 million. NITEL was stripped bare of its multi-billion-dollar assets by companies masquerading as genuine investors but were basically fronts for successive PDP government officials. The racket involving NITEL's assets was the subject matter of the criminal investigation of U.S. Congressman Jefferson's bribe to Atiku when he was vice president that culminated in his conviction by an American court. Name them all: African Petroleum, Nikon Insurance, the power distribution companies, all sold to cronies for peanuts. All these enterprises are inefficient and have sacked a lot of workers without pension. Abubakar Atiku, the man who superintended over the failed and corrupt privatization process between 1999 and 2007, has promised to sell the NNPC if he becomes president.
The long and short story is that I am committed to privatizing NNPC. I said it.
The question is to whom and at what cost? Without a doubt, it is clear that Atiku and PDP want to come back to continue from where he stopped in 2007. Atiku is after buying NNPC for himself, using cronies who would milk this valuable national asset dry.
Are my friends not entitled to be enriched?
And leave it in ruins as
Elder brother. People like Atiku are my leader, my respected elder brother. Amechi is my brother. We're very close. And so is El Rufai. Name them, all of them that are there.
We're the same thing. You have Lely Moke, you have Governor Fatai, Oyegunu is our elder brother, Aribo Shola, these are my colleagues. So I cannot say anything bad about them. And those who are following me, I assure you, will not say anything bad about them. But you have some elements that are trying to introduce that in order to see if they can hurt the P2B brand. We are talking to everybody. That is not what we should be doing in politics. Let's talk about out-of-school children. Let's talk about hungry Nigerians. Let's talk about unemployed Nigerians. Let's talk about insecurity. Our people are being kidnapped, 150, in a church, in a mosque, in everything. That should be our preoccupation. My very dear elder brother. People like Atiku are my leader, my respected elder brother. Amechi.
We have increased it now. Fire to fire. We have increased it. Yes. I've been expecting as I will do it until I go to bed. Both him and his supporters. There will be no peace for criminal. Until you learn
Yes.
how to respect what makes this coalition and the value of the supporters, no backing down. Yes. No backing. Thank you. Even just they have a state going on now. And they are talking it. I'm hearing it. I'm hearing them. The captain of the state, why we contested to make us look bad because we support Africa. So they are feeling the heat. Let me tell you, they are feeling the heat now that we are trying to make them look bad because they support. They felt that people yesterday on board. They make violent job. They even want to say after the do and POI deactivated itself and that was doing nothing. They are talking nonsense. What is it? Never hear it. I mean, if I stop it, you can stop it. We are ready. You know why I say that? People that have raised their mind, people that their mind are on, like they don't even want to go. You don't want to for you to support the 80 years old man to be your president. That is the word. Is what they forget. And they know like people, you to these people. We make these people strong. Or we make these people better. Don't you know that what people see, if we heat up everything, he give us fuel and give us kerosene. People give me fuel, give me kerosene. It's going to increase people encouraging us to see that the current president. They don't do. Yes. Talk again. If they want peace, they go and do.
I have never seen this.
I'm hearing you. They take back our country. Maybe they are deaf.
I have never seen this kind of psychophancy before in my life. And of course, Adege is here. Adege, do you like to say anything? Can you see Peter Obi himself here saying that, well, anybody that is trying to differentiate himself and his colleague, let me play it again.
Dear elder brother. People like Atiku are my leader, my respected elder brother. Amechi is my brother. We're very close. And so is El Rufai. Name them, all of them that are there. We're the same thing. You have Lely Moke, you have Governor Fatai, Oyegunu is our elder brother, Aribo Shola, these are my colleagues. So I cannot say anything bad about them. And those who are following me, I assure you, will not say anything bad about them. But you have some elements.
So who are these ones on spaces now saying something bad about Atiku and Erufai and all the other people? So they are not they are criminal elements who are not your supporters. Interesting. And of course, they are holding a space right now. What is the title of the space? It says Proud Criminal Obedience. Obi or nothing. What kind of I am still racking my head. See, I am racking my head on the level of psychopathy for how dares to speak that grammar. Blind, loyal, supporting. I have never seen this type in my life, especially from those who can speak grammar. We have
It
people
is in their
so
political interest.
educated, sir.
I said it is in their political interest to support him, and they will not back. They will not back down. That's something we must get clear. They will not back down until everything scatters in front of them. You know, struggle is the best teacher.
Hey,
Struggle is the best teacher. People like that will not back down. We continue to do our job to talk to the people who will listen. We continue to do our job to call them out. But the majority of the people you see on that space will not back down because it is in their interest. They are doing the best thing for themselves. It is in their interest that another elite oppressor gets into power. So those ones don't even when you see them, you call them out. You let them know that this is your psychological problem. We are aware of it. We
but
diagnose them.
I'm curious. How is it for their interest, really? Because me,
So it
I'm
is
seeing that as a self sabotage. Really, that's how I see it. Really. If indeed what they want is one of the oppressors who is giving an aura of being a lesser evil, if that is what they want, and this lesser evil is surrounded by senior colleagues who have been proven beyond every reasonable doubt to be questionably aiding the rotten system, then what do they really want? They are really basically shooting themselves in the leg, pretty much. And of course, don't they think this is actually, of course, Peter Obi has figured it out that this whole attempt by this obedience, calling Atiku criminal, calling El-Rufai criminal, or having that debate of the criminalness of Atiku is going to haunt. They have already cornered him to a tight corner, such that he cannot go front, he cannot go back. If he decides to pick up the vice vice VP ticket with Atiku, and they had already said that he's a Atiku is a criminal, that would dent that particular ticket. And of course, that would mean that they are not going to support him or perhaps even vote for him when push comes to shove. So basically, this is like a lot of confusion scattered across this whole policy. And of course, I'm not looking at it. What do we really want as a people? And I look at people that claim to be educated, take this stance of is that one particular politician or nothing. They are not taking a side with principle. They are basically worshiping individual. And this individual has told you beyond every reasonable doubt that he is not ready to leave it. He's saying that he's not leaving his class. But these very same people who claim to be a victim, can we now say that these guys are victims? Having taken this stance against what is clearly against their interest, or you still think it's for their interest? I would like to know this, and many of our viewers would like to know why it is in their interest that Peter Obi, you know, emerges as the flag bearer, or perhaps even stay close to his class. How does it favor them? Really?
Can you hear me? Liberation, can I be heard better now?
Yes, but not better. It's still very good. I have put my volume in the high, but let me see. I'm coming. Let me do something. Let me push you to the highest limit from this place. Please speak. Let me see. Speak first.
Lib- Liberation, how is it now?
Okay, I've already pushed you to the very limit. So I think it's louder now. Please proceed.
Okay, it's clear. Okay, all right. Okay, so you see, um, ideology, right? Let's look at it from the base level, right? From the base level. When people come out to discuss about anything at all, people don't instantly line up into clear camps initially when it comes to politics, right? And political positions are very confused and mixed and very inconsistent a lot in Nigeria. You understand? And usually these people, this same group of people, they like to borrow ideas from multiple trends to make it look like they are conscious. So you hear them talk about we want a better Nigeria, and we the everyday man, we the people, we want to change the situation of corruption. All these bad leaders. They make those statements, right, to make it look as though they are actually honest people, right? But let us be more accurate. Ideas are not abstract. Ideas are not abstract. They don't just float in the air, right? They are usually crystallized through interest. What appears as ideological disagreement is usually rooted in class interests, right? And over time, this class interest solidifies itself into recognizable political lines, you know, and then confusion gives way to clarity, usually through struggle, right? So you see, these guys, this so-called elite would have gone to good schools, that have good jobs, they have they somewhat stable life. The pain for them is is not too bad because they can still afford, 3 square meal. They can still afford to send their children to schools. They can still go to private hospitals, things like that, right? So they are happy with that. They like that. They now have small problems in the sense that okay, there's this they have little things that pinch them, but it is not like the everyday man who is really going through the real suffering, like the people in Makoko that their houses can just go and be demolished any day, like the people in Kaduna that just go and can just be kidnapped every day. Those are the people who really go through those are the ones who face the Nigerian problem in total. These ones, these so-called elites, these people, middle class rather, these middle class people, they are close to the upper echelons. That's why you see that they always want to align themselves with these ruling class people. They always want to wear their clothes. They always want to have their name. They want to be articulated and they want to be partified, right? Because they still benefit from the existing system, whether we like it or not. They can still pay school fees, they can still travel abroad, they can still come and do dirty December. You understand? And they have a stronger, in fact, rather than a love for liberation, they have a stronger fear for falling into poverty. And they aspire to go upwards. They aspire for upward momentum in the system of oppression. They don't want to change to the system. That is where we differ from them. They don't want to change in the system. They just want to be able to benefit from the system. That's why we see most of them are the ones looking for contract. Most of them are the ones looking for appointment. Most of them are the ones that will tell you that my uncle is a senator, my auntie is a general, my father's friend, cousin is a this, is a that. They want to be close. They still want that system of oppression so that they can always get to cheat their way, so that they can always get to bribe their way, so that they can always get to, get all those their small means of oppression inside the same system. As long as they are not at the bottom of the food chain totally, they are okay with it. That is what they want. They want less chaos. They don't want total stop to the chaos, right? And they are not willing to risk their relative comfort for a systemic change, even though deep down in their heart they know that the system needs to change, right? They are not willing to risk their comfort for that. They are not willing for the entire system to change because they like that certainty, that predictability, that okay, I can still do this, I can still do that, and survive in the system. So that is why they cannot. If the system changes totally, and the system is not a respecter of anybody, in the sense that the system only responds to meritocracy, the system responds to what you like, to the working class people. The system is equal, where people cannot be cheated. If that happens, they won't be able to have their small means of oppression. See, this middle class in Nigeria, people, can I be heard? Liberation. Civic space,
Yes, yes,
are you
yes.
there?
You're
Okay,
very audible. Yes.
okay, because my this thing, my screen just went off and on, so I thought it was like I thought this thing crashed. So you see, they 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 want the system to remain. These people are people who oppress people around them on a daily basis. They find their own way. They treat their gate man the same. These are people who have house girl. These are people who take house boy. These are people who just want to continue perpetuating their own form of micro oppression, in society. These are people that if you have problem with them, they'll go and call police to come and carry you. Not because you have committed any crime or not because you are wrong, but because they can afford to pay the police 50,000 naira to come and oppress you and drag you. So you see those small, small things that they benefit from the system, that small level of I'm still better than you is what they want to still stay on. They don't want Nigeria to be liberated. They don't want to see the market woman have dignity. They want to be able to go out and be able to give people 1,000, 2,000 to become their boy in society. They love that system of oppression, that system of exploitation. They don't want a fundamental change. They don't want the Nigerian average, the daily, the common man to have dignity. They want to be able to exploit you still. So they benefit from that. So that is why they don't want the system to change. They are psychologically confused to think that this system is the only system that is favorable to them. So they love the system. That's the only psychological reason they will be supporting a Peter Obi, and that is the only reason they will be telling you that you should not. Why? What are you doing if you want to win an election? It is not about winning an election. It's about a fundamental and systemic change in the Nigerian context, where everybody has dignity. People have houses. People can go to school. These people want their children to go to school. They want their children to do well. They want their children to now be the next oppressors. They want their children to mingle with the next oppressors. They want them to enter into the elite circle. This is why you see the average middle class person is willing to send his children to the best schools. Not necessarily because they get the best education from those schools, because as we all know, whether you go to some of the best schools or whether you go to some of the worst so-called worst schools in Nigeria, your education level is practically the same. It's all dead. Because when you come out from school, all you become is a tool in the capitalist system to continue the perpetual oppression of the people. So they send their children to the best school so that they can mingle with elite kids, because that's where the elite kids go to as well, build relationships so that they too can get some form of. It is all a game. People are playing the capitalist game. These people love the capitalist game. That's why you see them when they bring all these people to their spaces, they show them so much respect and reverence and support. They are hoping that when this person gets into power, he will remember me, he will give me appointment. When he gets into power, he remember me, he will carry me along. So everyone is they are just playing a game for their own selfish interest. All of them, all of them. And that's why you see when it doesn't work out for them, when they don't get called up on the roll call, like when they don't get called up to come and take, position or something, the next presidential election or the next, political uh, arena, you see them change sides. Yeah, I don't like this one anymore. I like this one now. And the reason I don't like because they don't really care about a fundamental change. They don't. And the sooner we analyze, we get there into our head, the better for us. I'll begin to analyze begin to organize with the people who who are actually downtrodden, because those are the people whose interest it serves. Nigerians, the psychological problem that has really hit us as Nigerian people is a very, very bad one. Very, very bad one. So yeah, that's I hope that was quite clear. I don't know if I was able to capture it well enough, civic space.
Yeah, of course, it does capture it well enough, and of course, it actually highlights a different perspective to this whole, you know, quagmire. A different rhetoric. It captured it in a way that showcases what many people are basically talking about. You know that well, and of course, if you look at in the timeline, The title of the space is proudly criminal element, and it is hinged on what Peter Obi himself said. Peter Obi said anyone that is calling, Atiku and all the members of the coalition names is not they are not doing that because of him. They are doing that because they have a criminal, they are destroying his brand. All right, they are destroying his, and his brand is basically to work with everybody, including those that may be indicted to be part of the system. And here we have a support base of the same Mr. Peter Obi holding spaces, holding a space at 10:30 p.m., trying to, you know, castigate, trying to basically validate the instruction, go against the instruction of their so-called principal. Their principal has told them, do not call article names, do not call El Rufai names, do not abuse these people. They are my people. We are together. And here we are, these same people owning up and say we are going to double down. We still choose you as our candidate, but we will call the members of the coalition names. And
But
as
you see
far as
that there's
money
no
goes,
coherence.
there's no coherence. That is what I'm saying. There's not only lack of coherence, there is there is there is confusion. And not only confusion, there is an intellectual bereavement going on here because these are so-called intellectuals. Some of them are doctors, engineers, professionals in their own rights. But in terms of politics, they missed the line totally. And of course, based on what you have explained, maybe that is why they are doing what they are doing. They want to be associated with a particular segment of the ruling class, one way or the other. And Mr. Peter Obi represents a clean version of that elite. He represents a clean version of that elite, and they cannot detach themselves from Mr. Peter Obi no matter what he does, even if he tells them not to abuse or call names of his colleagues. So their loyalty is to Mr. Peter Obi, not
They
to
see themselves
any
in him.
principle.
They see
So,
themselves in him. I said they see themselves in him. See, you see, everyone, every single one of them on
if
that.
they see
Yes.
themselves in him, they will
Mm.
basically obey him. But how do you see yourself in someone and you are disobeying the person? it's, it's,
So
it's, it's, it's confusing, and it's, as you have said,
it's confusing. Okay, make I
yes,
tell
very,
you.
very
Make
confusing.
I tell you.
Because
You
I
see,
cannot
okay, look at
imagine
Peter Obi.
Tourette saying that he doesn't like something, and I claim to be his supporter, and I'm doing exactly the same thing that he said he doesn't like. Look, how can I boldly say he's my mentor, or perhaps he's the one I'm supporting when I'm against him, when I'm carrying out an instruction that he said I should not carry out? I find it difficult to understand these people. All right,
So you
please
see,
proceed. Proceed.
it's for us on our end. It's based on principle. Right? I'll give you an example. If Shore, as our political candidate, presidential candidate, comes tomorrow and tells all of us that we should not insult, to not even insult, that we should not speak up against Tinubu, will you do that? Felix first.
I won't, but that is the very
Good.
day that he ceases to be my preferred candidate. That is
Bam,
what makes me different from
bam.
these guys.
That you see now you have asked, you have hit the nail on the head.
So
This
for
is
these guys,
principle.
they are not only going against, they are still saying we are still loyal to you, despite the fact
So
that we are disobeying what you are saying.
so you see that they are not, these are people who are disingenuous. They are not
Very
principled
disingenuous people,
people. They are not principled people.
not
If
principle at all.
Chowore today says, oh yeah, let's stop, let's calm down, let's join this coalition. That is the end of his revolutionary status.
Yes.
That day is the end of the revolution. He dare not call himself a in fact, we will be the ones to start calling him out from that day onward. In fact, he
Yes.
will be the
And it
biggest
ceases
shame.
to be. We have to come up with
Yes.
another, revolutionary
In
to
fact,
really
he
carry
will
our.
leave AAC. He will leave AAC for us.
Yes,
We'll
he
chase him
will be
out.
the one to exit AAC for us, or perhaps we
So that
create another platform
another one.
that would,
Mhm.
that would picture what we want exactly.
Okay. So you see now, that is the difference between you and this petty bourgeoisie,
Hmm.
this fake people, these charlatans.
Hmm.
They love Peter Obi as a substitute. Like I told you, what they want is not a change in the system. What they want is a cleaner capitalist, a less brutal capitalist. They believe there is such a thing. They believe there is such a thing as a less brutal capitalist. They are looking at their own self interest. What they want is for Peter Obi to get there so they can benefit, not that they want a fundamental change. So a Peter Obi can do anything, he can commit any sin, but they will still support him as long as it serves their interest at the end of the day. As long as at the end of the day, they are able to perpetuate their own form of oppression, they are able to be in the middle class, and they are still a lower class that they can exploit, they are okay with it. There's nothing about principle. A Peter Obi that said before that he doesn't, this is someone who has opened his mouth to say before that he doesn't go around jumping from party to party. Jump from APGA to PDP to LUP to ADC, right? He said he doesn't. This is someone who called this other opposition criminal structure, said that he doesn't want to associate with them because they are the criminal structure. He went ahead to associate with the same criminal structure, not just to associate with them, but to call them his learned colleagues, his senior colleagues, his leader, his brother, his husband, his girlfriend, his everything, his all in all. That's how he described them. This is somebody that says that he is for the people. 6 million people plus showed you love, but you chose not to do a coalition with them. You chose to go and do a coalition with Atiku Abubakar, El Rufai. These are people who are insulted you in the last election. Wrote Amechi in the last election said that Peter Obi had nothing to offer to his state for 8 years. But now you're in a coalition with them. So you can see that when Peter Obi fought in principle and when he fought in ideology, they will still support him. This is just like the people who are supporting Tinubu today, even though they know that he has totally ruined our economy. Why will somebody be think about it? Why is somebody supporting Tinubu today when it's glaring to all Nigerians that Tinubu has ruined the economy? They only support him because of their own interest. So this is about interest. These people are doing it for their own interest, what they stand to gain. They don't want a fundamental change. They do not want corruption to end. Somebody said it, Abdul Salam said it, that if Showore wins, they will have to leave the country. They know. A lot of Nigerians don't really want Nigeria to work. Let me not say a lot of Nigerians. Part of the 24 million people who have access, a large percentage of the 24 million people who have access to a stable internet in Nigeria do not want Nigeria to work. However, the remaining 80% of the 200 million Nigerian people who do not have access to internet are the ones that are being exploited, and those are the people who we have to reach out to, because those are the ones whose interests we are here to discuss about. Those are the ones whose interests should be protected. Those are the ones who we should collaborate and organize with for our eternal liberations as Nigerians. Because you see all these sellouts, even I'm telling you, even if Peter Obi does anything again, they will still find an excuse for that brand. They will still find an excuse for him. Even after it has been pointed out that even when this man was in power, There were so many Connie move. The man aligned himself with Abacha. The man aligned himself with the Obasanjo regime. He was willing to align himself with PDP, willing to align himself again with ADC Atiku, former members of the same PDP and APC. He's willing to align himself with them again. It's clear to anybody, no matter how it's clear, even to a 20-something-year-old, it is clear what is happening. These are disingenuous people, these are dishonest people. These are Nigerians who are looking for, these are hungry Nigerians. They are the most hungry and desperate Nigerians. They are hungry for money and they are hungry for power as well. And that is why they are willing to compromise and sell themselves. And it doesn't matter what extent they have to go to. It doesn't matter what extent they have to go to. Today, it is joining a coalition. Tomorrow, it is rigging election and buying votes. Next tomorrow, it is literally stealing the commonwealth of the people. It is a gradual step, it is a slippery slope. These are people who are who will be happy to collect a contract from this same. Look at okay. Civic space. Look at Reno Omokri. How long ago a year was Reno Omokri calling Tinubu a drug baron on live TV?
It's not even up to 3 years ago.
It's not up to 3 years now. It's not the
Mm-hmm.
same Reno Omokri today that is up and down singing the praises of Tinubu so loudly on the top of his voice. Why is that? Self-interest. Self what? Self-interest. So they are easily bought. They can easily be bought. They prostitute themselves to the highest bidder. And they move depending on what will benefit them. They are all calculating it. They are all calculating. They are all cynical. They are calculating, okay, if I support Peter Obi and I'm one of the people who have a lot of followers on the internet, and then I'm close to this person who is among the obedient, I'm in their group chat, obedient group chat. Because these are people that are close, these are his follow, these are people that are in his caucus. It's unfortunate that a majority of them, a good amount of them that are just following are just followers that are being used. But the people who are really championing it, the major faces, they are in his caucus. They are expectant. They are expectant. My brother, if I follow Shore from now till tomorrow, and we get this revolution, this liberation, if Shore no give me one shishin, I'm okay as long as the country is better. Because I know Nigeria will be better for me as well. Because I'm one of the people who is willing to live in a system that at its foundation is meritocracy. I don't want anything. Let us just have a better Nigeria. I'm good. I'll go my way. I go just dey live Nigeria, jeje. But you see these people, they want something from the system. They want to be the next generation of thieves. They are trying to set themselves up. They are trying to align themselves strategically so that one person will see them. That's why they know all these people. They are making friends with them. They are following them. They are retweeting them. They are talking to them. They are texting them. They are calling them. They are talking. They are positioning themselves politically for for some form of a largesse. They just want smart inside the system. So we know these people. They've been around historically in every revolutionary society. We know them. We know them. You see, in Vietnam, in China, where after they had finished the revolution, people say, oh, that the Chinese government was persecuting some people. The Vietnamese government was persecuting some people. Now, this kind of people, Chinese government persecute. Now, this kind of people, Vietnamese government persecute. Why? Because these people wanted to they want to revert back to the old system of oppression. Capitalism is a strong force, and even after it has been overthrown, it must be suppressed because some people have internalized it and they will always want to bring it back to the surface. And you must get rid of that. Now, why did they give them rehabilitation? They must always give them rehabilitation. For Vietnam, when I think the Algerian or the Mozambique people who came to fight the war in Vietnam on behalf of the US. When they came there, after the Vietnamese people captured them, they captured them, they rehabilitate them, send them go back to their country. Oh, you're going to start the revolution there. And they did it. They did it. So these people need strong rehabilitation, and their own rehabilitation will come by struggle. These people, many of them will be exposed. I'm telling you that I know that a lot of them genuinely think that Peter Obi is the solution. Oh. There are a good amount of them who genuinely think Peter Obi is the solution. Those are the ones that are followers. But the leaders, the intelligentsia leaders, the ones where they always create the space, the ones where they always host the space, all those ones where they always tweet, where they always talk on behalf of the spokespeople of Peter Obi, those ones, they will be exposed. And they're always exposed because I recently saw that many of them were tweeting. They were the same people who were insulting Peter Obi in Anambra. And Anambra, Peter Obi did not do anything. Many of their tweets just surfaced. All of you were just insulting this man when in his own. All of a sudden, all of you are now obedient to him. So you see, it's all about self-interest. And I gave you a practical example in modern times. Reno Omokri is there. Reno Omokri insulted. In fact, Tinubu is a very funny guy because most of the people in his cabinet are people who have insulted him. Who have insulted him before, one way or the other. They've insulted him before, one way or the other. He really uses them. He shows you that these people are easy. They are cheap. They are cheap, and it baffles them every time. That why? That's why they keep asking the question that why is Showore not doing this? They can't comprehend it. They can't fathom it in their head. If many of them had the opportunity that Showore has in terms of his appeal to Nigerian youth, if many of them were able to have the political clout that Showore has, they would have sold out they would have sold out a long time ago. A long time ago. And that's why they keep asking. Why is So that's it, my comrade.
Thank you so much. Hmm. What a country. What a country. And the reality staring at us in the face points to a resiliently psychopath people. A resiliently psychopathic people. That they will do anything to be psychopaths of establishment politicians. I think the space is still going on. Let me just see. Oh, they have ended the space. And if that is the case, then our message today is very, very strong. Do you still want to remain loyal to an established system that is rigged against you? Do you still want the emergence of the politicians who are either friends of those that have brought us into trouble or perhaps themselves part of the problem? All right, would you be willing to take a stand, a very strong stance for your own liberation? Are you willing to support a revolutionary party or perhaps individual who is willing to take on the system head on and bring about a confrontation with the rigged system? Our recommendation: the African Action Congress. African Action Congress, our recommended revolutionary who has been doing this consistently for 30 years, who has been fanning the flame of liberation for 30 years and counting, Omoyele Sowore. This is on the take it or leave it basis, not be by force. And are you willing to basically put action towards, or you still be reluctantly married to a toxic system that has brought you so much frustration. That will be our show today. We have been streaming for the past 4 hours, 48 minutes. So we go again tomorrow. Please remember to follow us, follow Liberation Chats, follow Civic Space on YouTube. If you are watching us on YouTube and you have not followed us yet, or perhaps you have not subscribed, please do that because we do this every day. We bring about wholesome conversation that actually brings about a robust conversation that will, you know, reveal the truth. And we are very much for the truth on this side of things. If you are also an advocate of truth and you want us to keep doing what we do or you like what we do, whether you follow or not, we'll continue doing what we have to do. But we just want to remember you or remind you rather that your support is highly appreciated. And it of course starts by following us on this very account, Liberation Chats. And of course, we'll meet tomorrow for another fresh episode of our daily live streaming. We do this because we want to basically bring about a wholesome and factual conversation on this app called X because we have realized that there's so much propaganda going on and it will be a crime against humanity if some of us just fold our hands and watch as our people keep dishing out propaganda to innocent minds. Our mandate is to basically bring about wholesome, factual conversation to even rebut or perhaps debunk some of this propaganda. And we hope to do this continuously or perhaps consistently. So if you have not subscribed to our channel on YouTube, please do that now. And if you have not followed us on X, please do that now so that you'll be notified when we start tomorrow. We'll be starting by 6 p.m. West African time, 6 p.m. Nigerian time. Keep it a date and set your reminder. And we'll meet again for another wholesome conversation and factual dialogue between ourselves and Nigerians. This is the people's media, the oppressed people's media that is devoid of propaganda. Would you like to be part of it? Of course, our comments are open. We would take a look at every single comment. Your feedback does matter to us. And of course, thank you so much for watching us today in today's broadcast. Thank you so much. Um, the people, the power of the people is greater than the people in power. Let me say that again. The power of the people is greater than the people in power. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Thank you so much.